Hi everyone, happy Saturday. Thank you so much for being here and hanging out today. And in general, sorry for the long starting soon screen there. I had a few things I wanted to do, and one of them I put on like this little pretty crown. I don't really wear stuff like this a lot, and I had to like find a string and like tie it in the back and everything. Did anyone catch yesterday's cooking show? So I think today is not actually Saturday in my game, so I'm still a little behind. I'm taking this wedding event really seriously, and because of that, like, I haven't been, I haven't had time to create like a wedding themed room like every single day. And that makes me want to catch up slowly through time so that I can make sure to get all the wedding items. Oh, this is from Peachy Keen in chat. Thank you so much, Peachy. Says that it's a dupe for me, hopefully new for you. I wonder what it is. And Melba sent me something. Here's the thing, G-Beans. Sometimes I like just being alone. But there is such a thing as too much of a good thing. Eventually the quiet gets to me, and I need some company. That was a hint, by the way, in case you didn't notice. Aw, Melba wants me to go visit her, I guess. Melba was dropping a hint. And yesterday I ordered 5 simple panels. Plan to do some experimenting with simple panels. But hi Jenico and Carly and Hallie and Therapy and SQM and Kiradev. Ah, thank you, Kiradev. Yeah, this is kind of like a Arwen cosplay dress, and it's like really velvety and white and everything. I figure I could even, like, if I end up having like a wedding one day, like I could probably just like wear this dress, save myself the money of like having to buy a new dress. Let me pick up some of my clutter too. And look at my black Cosmo. I grew my first black Cosmo the other day. So I'm gonna sort through my inventory to start. Sorry that my inventory's already a mess. Oh, and hi Cosmic Peachy. You're redoing your island, Carly? I haven't even gotten done designing my island the first time, but I admit I find it so comforting in a way that, like, you can redo your island a million times. Like, even if the first attempt that I try to do my island doesn't turn out how I want, I can always kind of redo it later, like a lot of you are doing. One of my friends of the stream, Therapy Crossing, I think she's like redone her old island like 3 times, like completely different themes. That's something too that I think could like extend the life of the game in a way too. Like if you wanna, just completely redo your island like a million different times over the years. Ah, the common painting. I picked this up from my side town. I used my side town character to like purchase a painting, and I hope that's real. In any case, man, it would be so cool to use that as decoration in a house like this, because it's so rustic and everything, just to hang it on the wall, but I guess if it's real, I should probably donate it to Blathers and not just have it hanging out in my house. But yeah, let's continue sorting through this stuff. Oh, hi Jess, thank you for the host. Have your husband wear Aragorn's outfit after he becomes king officially? Oh man, that would be a little cheesy, but also kind of cute, wouldn't it? Like a little Lord of the Rings wedding or something. The black Cosmos are beautiful. Yeah, I noticed that. They like have this kind of red tint to them. I really need to grow some more. I need to water those. And so look at me abusing my storage. My poor storage is probably like stock full of things. Alright, but that's a little bit better, I think. Let's put away the bunny ears too. Why do I have bunny ears? And I can put away the shirts from yesterday and the Nook Mile tickets. Oh, Charlie, I'm sorry. Charlie's been feeling a little like under the weather. I hope you do feel better soon, Charlie, and definitely understand that. Take it easy. Yeah, it was a new DIY for me, Peachy. Oh, look at this little choir right here. Look at Julian and Flurry singing. So precious. I really love Julian wearing that outfit I gave him too, like that blue starry robe and everything. Him and Sterling are really like rocking the fantasy world building vibes that I'm going for my island. And check out this entrance, like looking more spruced up to the museum. Like look at all these street lights. Isn't it gonna look so magical at night? And then I gotta work on this simple panel pattern more, but I was hoping to make it look like a white marble, like, column or whatever. Nice little lead up to the museum. Oh, we've got Sahara here today. I'll have to bug her for some special carpets. Oh, hey Beth, welcome in. How's your Saturday going? And how in general is everyone's weekend going? I hope it's going well. Cute, you're making your island fantasy themed. I love for those, yeah. I was thinking we could work on either some landscaping or like interior design. Maybe we could have like a little bit of a poll over like what you all would prefer. We could either like head over to Harvey's Island and instead of like designing for Reese and Cyrus, maybe design for me and design some rooms and plan them out, or we could do landscaping instead and try to like pick an area of town to like work on for today. I was thinking we could start to maybe work on something that I find a little intimidating because it's like a brand new area of town, but back in the back of town I want to have like a Dragon Hills themed area where I'm gonna have like a lot of like those Godzilla statues to imitate dragons. Maybe I could start to work on that area for a little bit of change of pace and to go with the fantasy vibes that I'm rocking today. Aw, so it is a legitimate common painting. It kind of hurts to give it up, honestly, because I thought it was such a cool little painting, but... Oh man, there's such a push and pull for me with these paintings, giving them to Blathers versus keeping them for my own selfish purposes. I love the art and love the idea of hanging art on the walls, but the museum in New Horizons is so special. I definitely want to prioritize working on the museum. Oh, you want to remake your island again, Therapy? Just curious, do you ever get into like island resetting therapy? Like, do you reset your island completely, or do you just merely kind of redo it a whole bunch of times, like maybe bulldoze and start again? Oh, you gave Julian the same outfit, Peachy. We're such like minds. Playing some Breath of the Wild today? Ooh, that sounds cozy. Do you have peaches? I think I have some peaches in my storage. They aren't my native fruit though. My native fruit is apples. So I'm kind of blocking half of the painting. I wish there was a way that you could look at this a little bit better without it blocking the painting, but this signature piece from Malay, who was known for depicting the lives of commoners in the 19th century. Notice the abundant crops visible in the background relative to the meager wheat remaining for workers. So it's a bit of a social commentary. But yeah, it's always nice to add a new painting to the museum. Landscaping stream sounds cool. Oh, thank you, Charlie. Yeah, I hope it'll be a fun time and productive. I definitely have so many areas of my town to work on. I really, in some ways, feel like I need to like catch up because so much of my island is bulldozed. I just made my town a dude ranch, so it's pretty much southern vibes. Interesting. I'm not even really familiar with the term dude ranch, but makes me want to check it out sometime. Oh, I heard a kitty hop up on my bed behind me. I think there's a kitty popping up in the camera behind me. Alright, so we just cleared our pockets. Just went to all that trouble to empty our inventory into the storage, and now I've got to fill it back up again. Gotta bug Sahara for her daily goods. Yeah, it sounds like a few people in chat like prefer the landscaping, so we can get started maybe working on that area I was talking about, the dragon area. So you don't get into like resetting your island completely, you just bulldoze it a bunch of times. Yeah, that used to be kind of what I envisioned us doing over the course of the New Horizons like lifespan, is that maybe like instead of having to buy new switches to play in new towns, like we would just bulldoze our island a bunch of times over the years and have fun re-landscaping it. Thank you for the offer, Jess. I do kind of take it somewhat seriously though, to not get too like sidetracked over the course of a stream, and we do lots of trading in Discord, and fruit is such like a common, like easy to fulfill request. I'm sure so many people would love to help you out with peaches over in Discord, or even me like offline, but when I'm streaming I don't really like do a lot of trades. Alright, so I think we got the small and medium carpet, and now it's time to get the large one. Oh, you gave Julian a white top hat and tailcoat too? I don't even think I have those. Oh, and hi Mary! Happy Saturday to you too! Thanks so much for stopping by. Alright, what did we get? We're about to exchange for one of these special carpets or walls. I hope it's one of the things that I'm hoping for. I really want like the mossy wall and the mossy floor, but I never get them. A dude ranch is kind of like a farm for taking care of animals and growing crops. Cowboy town. Oh, I could definitely see a theme like that working in New Horizons. There's even some like fences that are kind of called corral fences, like they're made to be on a ranch. Alright, what did we get? Wow, this is crazy! I just said that I want the mossy wall. How, for once, I'm so lucky here. Man, that's awesome. And I better finish bugging her, or else like I'll probably just continue to forget later today. But yeah, you can get like a total of 4 fancy carpets and walls from Sahara. 2 of them are from these tickets here, and then 2 of them you buy for 3,000 bells a piece. And I didn't even really get a great look at what the rugs are today, but I don't care too much about the rugs. Do any of you hear, like, is there anything like white noise in the background or anything like that? Because in my particular like earphone I hear some like white noise. It's like this constant like kind of static or whatever. I just want to make sure that's not popping up in the stream. You hear white noise? Oh, I wonder what's going on. I don't think it's... Oh, is it the waterfalls? Do you hear it now? That's interesting. Okay, it might have just been the waterfalls. I was getting really concerned about like a technical difficulty. It's a little weird though, because I wasn't even like, I don't even see any water in my stream right now, but I guess like it's pretty close. There is a waterfall kind of near the museum. But hey Leah! How are you today, Leah? Finally, we're on to the second carpet of the day. What if I got super lucky and it was another mossy one? Please be another mossy carpet. No, it's the ramshackle flooring. That sounds kind of interesting though. I wonder what that is. Oh, that sounds good, Leah. I'm glad you're having a chill Saturday. My Saturday was like a little bit hectic at work. Like I got really tired after work and took like a nice nap. And that's part of why I was like a little bit late for stream, but I hope the next week goes like a little better. Work has been really like tiring me out lately. Alright, so last one. I feel like talking to and like getting these like walls and floors from Sahara is such a time sink. Just takes forever. Oh, you thought it was white noise for a second yesterday till I saw the waterfall. Yeah, I was getting a little concerned. Like I thought there was something wrong with my stream. But yeah, there are a few waterfalls down here. Starts off with a few that are kind of like accent waterfalls, and then there's like the big one in front of the actual museum, and I really like when you pan up and you kind of see the museum in the distance, and need to finish like wrapping some fencing around the waterfall. Ooh, dungeon wall. That one's kind of nice. Maybe I can have a dungeon somewhere. I'm not sure who would have it, but you know, it is a fantasy town. I feel like I got some really good ones today. Ah, thanks Leah. Yeah, this is kind of like my Arwen cosplay outfit. It's got these like really floaty long sleeves and it's like all velvety and white. Ah, is that a black violin or is that another cello? Ah. This is bringing back memories. I remember when I was in Harvey's Island, I was trying to find a violin and I looked under V. I specifically like searched under V for violin, and I wonder if I was looking under the wrong thing because it's called a fancy violin, not an actual violin, so it wouldn't be under V's, it would be under the F's. Yeah, I'm gonna sell some of this stuff that's just kinda, you know, the rugs for the day. Green checked rug, ivory bath mat, that sort of thing. And then maybe I'll check out my new walls and floors from Sahara. What's the dungeon wall? Yeah, I think the dungeon wall looks kind of like a jail, which is really cool. Like it has like jail bars. Sterling has it in my town actually, which I'd go and visit Sterling, but I think he's wandering about the actual town right now. I don't think he's like in his house. Was that the item I got you last minute at my meteor shower? I think so, Charlie, so I think I should maybe abstain from that. I think it's probably in my catalog, but I remember like doubting myself, like did I catalog this after all? Because I looked for violin on Harvey's Island once and it didn't pop up because I was looking under the V's. That's so tricky. But yeah, apparently I have it in a lot of colors. Makes me want to search for base, because I was also looking for base and it wasn't popping up. Oh, so if you remember the past games, there used to be like 3 different sizes of something that to me, like a not very cultured person, looks like 3 different sizes of violins. One is a cello, one is a violin, and one is a bass. And I used to use them a lot in past Animal Crossing games to create like orchestras. But like, I guess the bass, like either I don't have it or maybe it doesn't exist in this game. But yeah, let me know if you've seen like a bass around that's like a large violin. And this bamboo partition is a dupe for me. Poor violas are never included. Yeah. Do you play the viola, Leah? Oh, and hey Andrew, how's your day going? Ooh, I see a pretty yellow dress back here. Kinda wanna try it on. Bamboo partition? Oh, do you need that, Leah? Yeah, that's a dupe for me. I'd be happy to get a dupe off my hands. Thinking about posting, like a little, trying to get rid of my dupes pile thing over in Discord. I'm getting a little tired of all my dupes. So this is the casual chic dress. Now that I think of it, I think I received one of these as a gift in the mail. And I got the green one because a lot of my community knows that green is my favorite color. I mean, just look behind me. I love green. But yeah, other than maybe the yellow chic dress, I'm not seeing a whole lot that's catching my eye. Oh no, I didn't mean to hit that. Dang it. Often I hit the other button, like, do you want to wear what you picked out? And I hit no, because, like, otherwise, like, my accessories aren't gonna go with the outfit at all, but hit the wrong button. Let's get some more fabric from Sable. Played the violin for about 10 years. Oh, it's such a pretty instrument. Strings and like the violins and everything are some of my favorite parts of like an orchestra or like a fancy music arrangement. I really love the string section. Oh, it's so fun having 2 eagles in town. The choir's still going. So behind the town hall, I've still got my money laid out for the Jeopardy winners. And got a few hybrid fields going. Oh my gosh, look at my blue rose one, guys. My blue rose one is getting totally out of hand. Oh, sure, Leah. I'll be sure to send it to you later. I think I'll be able to remember because now that I think of it, I think we did have like a little bit of a conversation about the fact that I'm missing like the bamboo candle and you're missing the bamboo partition. My best friend plays all those instruments you mentioned. Oh, cool. Let's boot up the Island Designer app and maybe we can start to work on this like Dragon Hills area and try to fine-tune the area where it's gonna be in. Oh my god. I really wish I didn't select to wear this at the Able Sisters. I don't look ready to do terraforming at all. So I've still got this like race set up from before, so I'm gonna tear down my little like race obstacle course thing, and then the dragon area is probably gonna go over here. Just to go over some of like my plans for the dragon themed area. I have been kind of inspired by like a lot of people creating fake castles with like the silos. So I was thinking that maybe like in one area I could kind of build up like a cliff and then like put a fake castle on top of it, and then maybe the dragon area can go in front of the fake castle. so that way, like, when you're in, like, the dragon area, you can, like, pan up with your viewpoint and then see the castle in the background. I think that might be kind of cool. We used to have to try and identify the sound difference between all the different string and instruments back when I took music. Can never tell the difference between a violin and a viola. Isn't it like just slightly higher pitch? I feel like the bigger an instrument gets, the more like deep the sound is, kind of. But yeah, my mom plays the flute, and the flute has like one sort of sound, and then she also plays the piccolo, and the piccolo is kind of like a really teeny version of the flute, and it's like super high pitched. It'll like hurt your ears practically. The only string instrument I've played is the piano. Oh yeah, well I played the piano as a kid. I think practically all kids kind of grow up learning to play the piano, but I didn't know that was considered a string instrument. Piano and guitar here. Used to play violin, but I had to sell it for rent. Oh, what a story. I guess you have to do what you have to do, and some of these instruments are quite valuable. But yeah, I love the piano as well. Such a classic. Can't wait to see how this area turns out. Oh, thanks, Charlie. I am thinking this area might require like quite a bit of trial and error though. Like, I can show y'all a picture of something that I'm trying to draw like a lot of inspiration from for this area. Maybe I can just add it on top of like OBS. But yeah, it's called Dragon Hills, and it's a painting by one of my favorite artists. And I'm just gonna like quickly find that and then load it in OBS. Alright, so I did kind of like add it to the screen, and it probably looks like really clunky, but you can see how there's definitely like some water that I'm gonna be drawing inspiration from, and even like the castle in the background. That's kind of what I was talking about, like with the silos, where I could maybe imitate a castle perched up somewhere. And similar to how the dragons are also perched up somewhere, so it's gonna like have some low areas. Like it's probably gonna be low where the water is, and then it's gonna be high like around the water where like the dragons are gonna be, where the castle's gonna be. I'm gonna try to like plant lots of trees. But yeah, I don't really know how to go about creating it like in a grid system. That's something you have to keep in mind. Like everything is on a grid, so you gotta like plan where every cliff is gonna be like grid-wise. But yeah, if y'all want, I can maybe make that like a little bit smaller so that you can still see the screen, and maybe kind of have it hovering somewhere at the bottom where we can kind of draw inspiration from it while we're working. A viola always sounded more nasally to me, but also deeper, like you said, since it's a bit bigger. Oh, I thought the viola was smaller. I mean, geez, I'm a music fan, but I've really never been super into like actually playing music myself, and I'm a little ashamed of it, but I mean, I guess sometimes we have to be music appreciators or art appreciators and not be the musician or artist ourselves. What I often had a lot of trouble with when it came to like playing music is honestly like music theory. Like I had a hard time like trying to figure out how to read music when I was a kid. Like when I took piano, instead of actually learning how to read sheet music, I would just label different things like 1, 2, 3, 4, like my fingers, and do the 1, 2, 3, 4 approach. So I'm sure those of you that actually do play music are probably like cringing at me saying that, but I always had trouble trying to figure out how to read music. Oh, and hey Trial Orc! Hope you're having a great weekend. It's great to see you. I play piano as well and always thought it was considered percussion, but I can understand both. Yeah, piano is such an interesting instrument, honestly. But it is a string instrument because when you hit a key, it strums against the strings. Oh, and hey, Mercy! Welcome in. I hope you're doing so good, Mercy. I'm trying my best. I'm doing so good today. Like, I'm blocking in this lake super well, like, while reading chat. I can't believe I'm not creating, like, a lot of extra water spaces on accident. I'm doing so good. The dragon in the lake reminds me of the Loch Ness Monster, a myth we have here in Scotland. Oh yeah, I grew up reading stories about the Loch Ness Monster too. I think it was actually something that really excited my young imagination. Alright, so I wonder if we've cleared up enough space. Most likely not, but maybe it's enough to get started. Plucky, of all places. Like, sometimes it just really feels like they try to troll you in a way. Like, you know, there's so many places in town she could hang out in. There isn't even anything over here at all. And she is choosing to sit over here, of all the places in my town. Just looking up at the clouds. Can't blame her, it is probably a very pretty view over here. Ah, Kiradev says piano is considered both string and percussion. That's interesting, I guess because you are hitting the strings. That's really interesting. I'm learning things today. And hey, Mercy. Yeah, my day's been okay, other than like work being like a really tiring, I was like I felt like, I don't know, I was in a tough place after work today, just like out of sheer like physical exhaustion. Oh, and hey Cloudy! Didn't see you come in, Cloudy. Hope you're doing good. So, we're gonna try our best to start recreating that like picture that's in the corner there, like a little Dragon Hills area. I wonder if do you think maybe we should have one of the dragons hanging out over here, or something that I always romanticized in my head about this spot? What if I just made this like a campfire area, like had like a little trail lead up to like a campfire and made it look like nice and rustic with lots of weeds? It might actually be a better use for this space than trying to like terraform on top of it, because, you know, terraforming on top, there isn't a whole lot of space up here. So I might just go with my gut, and I kind of got attached to the idea of putting the campfire public work over here, so I might do that. I guess I could always like perch a campfire up on top of the cliff too, though. Kept filling in the wrong spots yesterday. Yeah, I was proud of myself there. I wasn't really filling in the wrong spots just then, and I was reading chat while I was doing it. And hi, Sorry Snow. Thank you so much for that follow. Thanks for the host too and stopping by. I hope you're doing so well. Oh, Plucky is moving around now. Plucky's getting out of the way. Yeah, Plucky seems to be the one that loves to like mess with my landscaping plans the most. Like, it's happened so much in particular with Plucky, but I can't even be mad. Look at her over here. She's precious, sitting on the beach with her little soda. Oh, thank you, Cloudy. I love this dress too. It's really special to me. I did kind of splurge on it. It's a very fancy little dress. Maybe I should I like even stand up to like show it off a little bit more? Such like an elegant little thing. But yeah, isn't it a pretty dress? Can't wait to see how this turns out. Oh, I'm nervous. I see a blue shell. Oh, did I say public work? Mercy, that's funny. Some of these new leaf habits just aren't gonna go away, I guess. Alright, so in addition to showing you that picture that I'm gonna draw inspiration from for the Dragon Hills area, I also want to show you the actual folder, which has like all the sorts of items I see as fitting. So I'm gonna pop over to my screen display, and it'll take me a few seconds to set this up. Alright, so over here is my little folder for the things that I see fitting for the dragon area. One is, of course, possibly a bonfire. Another one is like the campfire item, tiki torches, like anything with fire might like really fit the dragon theme because dragons breathe fire. And also just anything rustic, like I guess the wooden bucket, some pots. Maybe I could even put the campsite over here, because it would go with like the campfire things, but I guess that would be kind of dangerous, like camping near the dragons. Sometimes dragons like hide gold or treasure, so maybe like the gold bar item. Maybe some of like the autumnal items. And I really want to put this flag over here, but I don't think I have this flag in my storage, but yeah, and this is a few more dragon pieces by the same artist that did the one that I'm drawing inspiration from. Look at this pretty castle with the dragon. And look at this cool dragon art. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna be like pulling from for items. And here we are back to the Animal Crossing gameplay screen. It was always Deirdre messing with your landscaping, Andrew. I wonder if it's an Uchi tendency. That would be funny. Alright, so I am gonna craft maybe a few of the things that I was highlighting as being like possible dragon area items, like the campsite and everything, so, or not the campsite, the campfires. So I'm gonna maybe do some crafting in here. Yeah, Plucky's my little troll, but I love her still. And while we're over here, maybe we can like test out the ramshackle flooring. Ooh, looks very rustic. Looks kind of like a garage floor. And this is the dungeon wall. Very fitting for a fantasy town, actually. Maybe I can use it somewhere. And the dirt flooring. Ah, I like that. I think I'll be able to use this. The dirt flooring would be great for like if I make like a horse stable. I was thinking of making one of my rooms be like a horse stable. And this one, I've been after this for so long, guys. I'm so hyped. I love this mossy wall. But we'll get this room looking back to normal. Maybe put these Sahara ones up for now. All that mush stuff. Oh yeah, seeing the mush stuff in my little folder. Oh, and hi Roni. Hope you're doing good today, Roni. Happy Saturday. Oh gosh, how do I make the campfire? Is it like is it with sticks? I feel like it's with sticks, but let me go check. I guess I can get my little fake dragons out of storage, like those Godzilla, those Godzilla statues. Alright, so this is the one that I'm interested in. Oh, okay, so it just requires a few tree branches. Oh, you have that flag? Yeah, I might have it in my catalog. Maybe I can order it real quick. And Denico, thank you so much for that cheer. Did you all see that cute little Tom Nook alert? Ah, I need to make it a little bit longer. Thank you so much, Dinico. That's really kind of you. Thanks so much for that love and support. Just caught a Dorado? Oh wow, it's Dorado season? That's super exciting. Alright, let's get some hardwood too. Maybe we'll be able to craft some more stuff using wood. Oh, and enjoy your lurk, Beth. So we're making a campfire, and I wonder if we should make a bonfire too while we're at it, which I think requires several campfires, if I'm not mistaken. And maybe a wooden bucket. Gosh, I think the wooden bucket requires some iron. So let's find the bonfire. Oh gosh, I like forgot to eat lunch before before I took my nap, and now I'm like streaming and I probably haven't eaten since like probably noon or something like that. Alright, where's the bonfire at? There it is. And maybe I should get some iron nuggets from storage so I can make a wooden bucket. I've also been busy like crafting lots of like the garden wagon type stuff. Like that's why I have so many flowers in my storage. I did finally get around to crafting myself some of the flower stands and garden wagons. Oh, thank you, Roni. Yeah, I'm surprised you remember that from me talking about that the other day. Yeah, I feel fine right now other than being hungry. So now I want to craft a wooden bucket. Man, I just have so much to do in this town. Like, there's so much that I could do. Like, I just scrolled past the Matryoshka item, which the Matryoshka is one of those Russian dolls. And that's one of the items that I want to do for Glynis, like, toy making room. There's just like an endless amount of things that I could be decorating between interior decorating and filling out more of Glynis' rooms, more of like my side characters' rooms. And also just like landscaping and terraforming. I guess it's a mixture of both, like overwhelming at times, but also really exciting that I have like so much that I can work on. Alright, so I went to all the trouble to get an iron nugget out, and then I think I forgot to craft a wooden bucket. I do have one over here though, but let's go ahead and craft another one. I remember back when I was like really after the wooden bucket because I didn't get it at the beginning of the game. I had to get it later through a trade, I think. Alright, and I'm just gonna consult my list that I showed on stream a few seconds ago where I was, yeah, I guess I could make a pod or two. I could get my dragons out. I'm gonna get my dragons out of storage. That makes a lot of sense with the area that we're working on right now. Oh, thank you, Andrew. It's just an example of me being kind of dumb and not thinking things through. Yeah, maybe at some point I'll take a little snack break. Wow, look at all my Sahara tickets. Can you reuse these, guys? Do any of you do this? Like, instead of like buying all the rugs from Sahara, you can just like give her 5 tickets? Ah, and I wonder if any fossils or bones would be good for this area too. That's something I should keep in mind, is that in addition to like all the other stuff I highlighted, like that are craftables, like also having fossils might also be fun for the dragon area. Oh, and hi Lenore, welcome to stream. How are you today? It's great to see you. And hey, Harv. So nice to see friends popping in and saying hi. Oh man. This is definitely kind of an embarrassing part of my island back here where I did all the egg day stuff. This is where we play musical chairs, by the way. We have like a little musical chairs tournament sometimes where it goes down to like 6 chairs, 5 chairs, 4 chairs. It's like a little bit of a tournament that we do. I'll gladly take some Sahara tickets off your hands. Yeah, sure. Maybe I can send them to you sometime. Oh, and hi Dark Nine and Big Ball Fan. Alright, so sometimes you just gotta go with the flow and see what works, see what doesn't work. I really romanticize the idea in my head of using my little piece of land that juts out into the ocean to have like a campfire and then like a maybe really rustic path leading up to it with like lots of weeds. Of course, if you're gonna have a campfire, it might also make sense to have a few seats around the campfire too, or just like rocks or things that are rustic, but I don't have to go too crazy landscaping every inch of this area. I can just start to block it out and make plans for it for later. I'm kind of confused. Why isn't this working? Oh, okay. I guess I'm too close to this campfire right now. Yeah, maybe I'll block it out with a dirt path and then I can always like replace it with my own QR codes later. Emma, thank you for the follow. What are those pillar things? Oh, did you see me walk by some of my storage? I did see like a helpful little hint online. I think it was actually Leah who linked me this Twitter post that had an example of things that you can use to try to like, I guess imitate certain elements, and these are like upright lockers. They're like the locker item turned around. And you can even kind of dress them up by putting these biotype planners on top, and that kind of makes them look more like a column, is to put something like that on top of them. But I don't know, I would so much rather just have the actual Greek columns that have been in like every Animal Crossing game. Like, please, just bring those back. And Harv, thank you so much for the host. By the way, if anyone doesn't know, Harv is actually a fairly like new streamer himself, and he streams Animal Crossing sometimes, so definitely check out his channel too if you want to follow another Animal Crossing streamer. I buy 2 small and a large rug, and then I use the tickets. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I gotta try the tickets sometime. So maybe on either side of the path, if there's room, you could do like some trees, and then if there's room, do like lots of flowers and weeds. This area is just so narrow and awkward though. Like, I don't even think I can plant trees like right here because it's too close to the edge. Do you think that maybe then I should not have this like right in the middle? Maybe if I put it on the edge, then I'll actually be able to plant trees around it. Something like planting a tree right here in the middle. Or maybe this area doesn't need trees. I'm just trying to figure it out a little bit. I think if I had to trust my gut, I would say that this area doesn't need trees and it can just remain like a little flat piece of land that leads over to the campfire, and I can dress it up with weeds and flowers. That's what my gut's telling me. So I'm gonna move this back. Lighten up the campfire. And I wonder where I should have my little castle perched up on top of a cliff. Should it be like over here near this rock? Maybe that would be like a cool little accent piece to the rock, is to build up this cliff. Or maybe I should have the rock be visible, so I should start building up the cliff over here. I buy every rug, that way after 5 visits I have enough for both extra walls and flooring. Okay, it's nice to hear what everyone does with Sahara, like Sahara strategies, I guess. And something else that's kind of interesting is I wonder like how big I would have to create this cliff in order to perch a castle on top of it. Because the whole idea with a castle is that you make it out of silos. If you all know that DIY project, the silos. Have you all seen people use silos in that way, create like little castles with them? Maybe the dark dirt path would look good. Yeah, I agree, Charlie. I think that might actually be a good decision. Maybe the dark... Yeah, let me try to do that instead. Yeah, I think that would fit the area even more in a way. That's such a good idea with the locker. Yeah, I can't claim credit for it. I think I saw it on Twitter, like I said. You might try that. Oh, I look forward to seeing Lenore if you do try it out. You got Alfonso's photo? Congratulations, Pikmin. That's awesome. Yeah, I think I'm liking that dark dirt path a lot more, and now that I'm thinking about it, you see how that picture that I'm drawing inspiration down there from, you see how it has so much water? What if I even used like this particular in-game path kind of around the water to kind of imitate like mud, like a nice little muddy area for like around the water? Just a thought, maybe I could use that to imitate mud around the lake to be like a little swamp or something. Maybe a stump to sit on with flowers around. Oh yeah, there are those stumps that are actual like in-game items. Like instead of an actual tree stump, there are some fall items that are like a tree stump with mushrooms around it. I think that would be good for that area, but I don't have it yet. Still gonna have to hunt down a lot of these autumn items. Put the lighthouse on the rock behind it. Yeah, there's so many cool places to put lighthouses. I was thinking if I end up doing a lighthouse somewhere, I could do the white lighthouse, like at the entrance of town where all the white things are. Pro-Sahara strategies. Maybe you could try to do a castle with the white lighthouse. Yeah, or even, I had meant for this particular area, I'm not really going for as much of a white feel anymore. Like it's gonna be more like brown and arid and like kind of autumnal. Maybe like, isn't there a lighthouse that looks kind of like dark brick or something? Like dark gray sort of brick. Maybe I could try that one. Oh, and hey Robin. It's great to see you, Robin. How are you? I hope y'all are having a great day today. And now that I think of it, I might have some silos like in my storage. Isn't like the silo a DIY anyway? Like couldn't I craft more of them if I want to? Let me just check this real quick. So... the silo requires iron nuggets, hardwood, clay, and stone. So it's kind of a hefty DIY. It does require like a lot of stuff. I might make a few silos to start testing out like the castle effect. And even though I've seen other players do the whole create a castle out of silos thing, I've tried my best to just see if I can make my own any sort of way, like without looking at others. We'll see how mine turns out without looking at others as examples. You have Plucky? I do. She's gonna be such a cute villager for the more rustic areas of my town. I love her house exterior. I have gotten a big kick out of Plucky. Plucky's my little like thorn in my side that's always interrupting my terraforming and stuff. Like without fail, she always like plops down near where I'm terraforming, but I still love her for it. So let's see if I have a silo in here, because I might. And I do have a lighthouse, but it's the blue one. And I do have one of these flags, but it's the blue one too. Yeah, I don't really know where the silo is amongst all this craziness. I feel like it would be near the lighthouse. Oh, here it is. So we're gonna get some clay and stone and craft a few more silos, maybe grab some simple panels. Oh, are my pockets full, really? Okay, well we'll put up the heart crystals and the Sahara tickets. I don't think I need the wedding table right now either. Alright, let's get crafting. I've never heard anyone pronounce silo like that. Oh really, Trial Orc? Am I saying it wrong? That is such classic me. How do you say it? Silo? I bit the bullet and started a bit of terraforming today. It was scary, but I don't hate it, so baby steps. Oh, that's great. I didn't realize you were waiting so long to terraform, but congratulations on dipping into that, Robin. I hope it ends up being a fun part of the game for you. I do have kind of a love and hate relationship with terraforming. It can kind of stress me out, even though I know you can just rebuild the same area over and over, but it can be kind of tough, I think, for me, because the terraforming is on such like a grid system. So yeah, you can imagine stuff in your head like, I want to do these grand waterfalls and these grand cliffs. But then when actually working with like the grid in the game, sometimes it can be hard to do everything that you want to do. Can I customize the silo? Or the silo? I think I can. And a lot of people, when they like create castles with the silo, they use the one with the black roof, because if you think about it, if you're trying to create like a castle, a lot of these other colors just don't look quite as fitting, like the green roof and the red roof. I wonder if to be different though, like what if I did try the green roof? Do you think that could be fitting for like castle pillars, or do you think I should go with the black roof? Or even the blue roof? Maybe like a blue themed castle? You think the blue roof looks nice? Yeah, maybe I could try that. I say it's silo. Oh, okay, I'll try to make a mental note. Why am I so dumb with pronunciation, guys? Alright, so let's customize these to blue. Oh no! I need more of the customization kits. Those customization kits are killer, man. They go by so quickly. And I guess I'm gonna put up my gold nuggets. The blue lighthouse. Oh yeah, Mercy. I got that from Kaylee, I think, or some sort of trade, and I actually might not even put use to it. So if you need to do a trade with like the blue lighthouse for me, we could probably arrange that. I plan on using mostly like the white lighthouse. The autosave system taunts me when I'm terraforming. You just see the little spinny thing in the top right and I'm like, oh crap. Yeah, same Andrew. I totally like would make use of resetting without saving a ton in this game if they didn't have the autosave system, because I remember so many times even in Citaloon, my new Leaf town, I would basically like get an idea for how to landscape something differently and I would go about it and try to start doing it, but then sometimes I wouldn't like it and I would just reset without saving. But now that option is gone. Every time you start tearing something down, you see the little wheel letting you know that it's been saved, whether you like it or not. But I feel like the ability to reset without saving would be so handy in this game in particular, because sometimes you do end up terraforming stuff that you end up hating later, and it's so much extra time having to like tear everything down. Oh, I'm glad y'all are in agreement about the blue roof. I do like kind of the dark gray pattern of the bricks and the blue roof, but the only thing that concerns me a little bit is the fact that I plan for this area to have like a lot of orange and brown in it and be very like autumnal. You see all the sorts of like browns and stuff that are in the actual painting. That's my inspiration down there. So because of that, it makes me like feel a little bit like, oh, is the blue gonna clash? But we'll see how it looks. Sometimes it helps to have complementary colors, like blue and orange are like complementary. Maybe it'll look good to have a mixture of blue and orange over there. Oh, Roni, thank you for the host. It's been fun seeing that Apple TV pop up so many times today. I think it's sweet when I hear you pronounce things funny. Aw, Peachy. My family makes fun of it for me too. They, but like in an endearing way. Like it is practically just an aspect of my personality that I always pronounce things weird. How do you all learn how to pronounce things the proper way? Do you just hear these words enough in your daily life to where you know how to pronounce them just from hearing them? Or do you go out of your way to like look up how to pronounce words? Yeah, let's customize these silos to blue. Something that's bugging me a little bit is I happen to have enough crafting materials in my pockets for 3 of them, but I feel like in order to make a castle, I probably need like a minimum of 4. So it really makes me want to kind of, like I need to buckle down and craft just 1 more. Oh, thank you, Trial Oric. I appreciate it. Oh, Roni, thank you so much. That's sweet of you. I am kind of happy with how the entrance is coming along. Still need to do a lot of work there too, but I really think what's going to spice up the entrance is when I get around to making my own patterns instead of using the terracotta paths. So that's part of why I thought maybe we could do a change of space or a change of pace and work on a different area today, is because I still need to make the patterns that I need to make for the entrance. Alright, so what do I need for the silo? I'm already kind of forgetting. I'm just gonna wing it. Let's get some hardwood. Let's get some clay. Let's get some stone, iron nuggets. I hope I have enough for a silo now. Or a silo. Tough habits to break. If you spam A while customizing, it speeds it up a little bit. Oh yeah, thank you for the tip. But yeah, I need to do that more. Every now and then I'll forget to do that. Oh, you didn't know you could customize it, Pikmin? Yeah, what's your favorite color silo? I guess I think the white one's super cute, but wouldn't this one be nice for like a pastel town? There's like a color for everything practically. And I'll probably need some simple panels to mock out the castle a little too. Which my pockets are so full. I always look it up when you when I learn words. Oh, okay, yeah, I guess I should do that more. Like, instead of just assuming it's pronounced CeeLo, I should be like, huh, maybe I don't know how this is pronounced and I should actually look it up. But I don't. And now I'm gonna get some simple panels. I just passed them. By the way, I ordered like 1,000,000 simple panels in gold because originally I was gonna use those for Jeopardy, but I did end up doing a super fancy set with Jeopardy. So, like, if anyone on my friends list wants some like gold panels, feel free to hit me up. Like, I have a bloomin' million of them. If you all want to see my little like gold simple panel hoard, like, it is quite significant. So if any of you want some, just let me know. I don't know if you need gold simple panels for anywhere, but I thought about using them for my Jeopardy game to create the set, but I didn't end up using them. But yeah, look at all these. These are all gold. Quite the hoard over there. I'm used to looking words up when reading for school, and I always make sure to listen. Oh, okay. I guess that's what I'm missing. I need to actually look up the pronunciation. You like the silo with the green roof therapy? Yeah, that one's really nice for like rustic towns. I could see myself using that in like certain areas of town that are more rustic, like near a farm or something. Yeah, the pink one is pretty cute for like more cutesy towns. You like the blue trial orc or big ball fan? Oh yeah, sure, Dark Knight. I actually can't even take credit for that locker thing. I saw it on Twitter. I didn't come up with it. But yeah, even though it's cool, I do have mixed feelings about it because when I look at it, it still doesn't like scream column to me, like Greek column. It looks like a little bit flat. Doesn't have like all the lines that I associate with a Greek column, so I do have some mixed feelings about it, but like I guess we gotta do what we gotta do, you know? There's no Greek columns. And I'm trying to be smart about this. I think I have to build a big enough base both to like make it taller, either that or maybe I don't have to like make it multiple tiers. What if I just put the castle like just on a first tier and didn't try to perch it up on an entire cliff? Because I feel like once you start like making the cliff taller and taller, like it just ends up taking up so much space. And plus like the castle itself is gonna take up space, so I don't know, maybe I should just perch it up on the first level. Just trying to think. Do y'all think it would be worth it to make it go like higher one more level? Emmy, thank you for the follow. And I'm also trying to think of just the specifics for like where the Dragon Hills area could like end, and maybe like the swamp area that I'm gonna do for it could like empty out into the ocean right here. Trying to see like at what distance you can see the silo. But yeah, I'm gonna try making it just a little bit higher because maybe it does need to have a bit of a cliff feel and to not just be the second level. Maybe I need to make it a little bit higher. Finally managed to pre-order a Switch, so I'll be playing New Horizons in a couple weeks. Ah, congratulations, Kat. Ah, that's so exciting. Do you know what you'll be naming your town and what you're going to be theming your town around? The incline limit? Yeah. I was thinking of not maybe having an incline up to the castle, like just having it be an aesthetic incline practically, or an aesthetic cliff. Because, yeah, otherwise it's gonna totally kill me, the incline limit. You think one cliff up is enough for the castle? Yeah, maybe I should, but at the same time, like, I am going to the trouble to see what it looks like with the second level. I feel like I want to test the second level and then maybe tear it down. We'll see how it looks on the second level and then maybe go back to the first level if it doesn't end up working good. Thank you. I appreciate the feedback, honestly. And I know some of the stuff that's in that painting down there isn't going to be like easy to achieve, or it's going to be practically impossible to achieve in the sense of like I can't have actual looking mountains. You have to work with like the terraforming tool and how these little like tiers look and everything, so there's no way to create actual mountains, I guess. So I'm gonna try to build up a second level pretty soon and maybe purchase silo on top of it and see how it looks from far away. I've already used 2 inclines on one area and plan to use a few more. Yeah, the incline limit bums me out so much. I feel like the incline limit is like the equivalent of so many things that used to bum me out in New Leaf, like maybe not being able to move rocks in New Leaf and some of those sorts of things. Like for me, the equivalent to New Horizons is like the incline limit. Oh, another thing, by the way, I definitely want to have a suspension bridge over here. Kind of almost like an aesthetic suspension bridge. I think that'll go really well with the sorts of like rustic, you're in the wild, you're in some dragon country sort of feel. And Sterling and Nox are gonna go over here too, so honestly this area could end up being pretty big. It's gotta fit Sterling, it's gotta fit Nox, it's gotta fit like maybe some of these dragon creatures. It's gotta fit a castle. It's kind of exciting, but also really intimidating to start like blocking it out. I've only got 1 incline to use left. Oh, well that's not too bad, Cloudy, because I've seen your island and it's so gorgeous, and I think you're succeeding if you have 1 incline left and do you know where you're gonna use it at? Because your island looks so pretty every time I visit it. So Cap is probably gonna have a name involving a flower, thinking about going towards a natural theme, kind of rustic but with cozy areas to relax. Yeah, that sounds lovely. I love me a good rustic theme. I have trouble ever like wrapping my head around doing like a modern theme. For me it's always got to be like a little bit cottagecore, because I live in such an urban world in real life that I like to kind of escape into a more rustic world, I guess. But yeah, that sounds really pretty, Kat. Oh, and hi Holly Dolly, welcome to stream, how are you? Do you think the suspension bridge could go up to the castle like a drawbridge? Ooh, that's a really cool thought, Leah. What if there's like a moat around the castle? Dang, that's an idea to think about. Yeah, like, what's funny though is I didn't leave a lot of room for a moat, because I put it so near the edge. But we can play around with that idea. Or maybe one of those fake bridges made with cliffs. Yeah, what if that could work in this area? Like having a fake bridge go up to the castle? Yeah. At the same time though, like even though that's like really cool and everything, like I guess part of me, like the whimsical part of me, just wants it to look exactly like this painting, and this painting doesn't have anything like a giant bridge on it, but I guess I gotta let go of my, you know, that can be what inspired me to create this area in the first place, but I guess I can't make it look exactly like that painting. Hi Holly. Yeah, no worries. My island's definitely under construction in a major way too. Nothing to be ashamed of, whatever progress you're at in the game. You've already reached your 8 incline limit, Dinico. Oh, that's cool. Maybe you should submit your island for like an island visit sometime. It sounds like you've made like a lot of progress on it. But no pressure either though. So, I think this area is like too small to put a castle on top of, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like every time you make something higher, it takes up more space. So that's definitely like a good argument for like not building this area higher, is because it would just require more and more space every time I do it. But I thought I would at least like stick a silo up here and then like go far away and see how it looks. And this can be like the little doorway to the castle. Of course, I'll put a pattern on top of the simple panel. Oh, there's no room for the silo there. Bummer. Oh, you like the idea of making a castle too? Well, definitely don't feel bad at all about taking it. This isn't even my idea. Someone else came up with the idea to use silos for castles. Oh, I think what you have to do, I think you have to put the simple panels like behind the silos, or else there's like an awkward little space in between them. I didn't realize that. That sounds good, Cloudy. I like how you just kind of go with the flow and you're like, yeah, I might put the incline here, not sure. A moat would be awesome. Yeah, now that y'all are saying that, it would make a lot of sense to like dress up the castle. Maybe even like, since this looks unnatural, what I could do is like have a waterfall go down and empty into the pool, but it could be from the side, because I don't think there should be a waterfall coming down from the castle itself, but maybe like a little side waterfall right here could be like the source for the moat. But maybe I shouldn't start doing this if I'm not sure this is where I'm gonna... I don't even have the spacing set up for my castle yet. There could be something more mystical about it just being perched up like in the painting. Oh yeah, I'm glad you see what I mean about that, but at the same time, like, it's hard to resist the idea that there could be like a big bridge going up to it. Like, that could be really grand and really add a lot to the area too. So it's kind of like this mixture of letting go of maybe some elements that I was inspired by with the painting, but also adding new ideas as they come. So let me refine the silos a little bit so that I can, or the silos, the simple panels, so that I can see them from far away, how they'll look. And I'm not really looking at how other people did it, because I do want the castle to be somewhat my creation, even though I drew inspiration from elsewhere. Do you think the silo should be facing, like, which way do you think it should face out? Do you think it should face out front-wise, like this? I'm really tempted to add a big lake to my island, like the one in the painting. Just space is an issue. Yeah. I think a lot of people have opted not to add big lakes to their island. At least not without stepping stones across, because you can't really like swim in the lake or anything. What if they add some sort of like swimming update and then we'll all be like rushing to create like lakes in our towns? Oh, cool. Kiradev, I would love to. If no one is able to help you with the Discord link in chat, maybe I can whisper it to you later, or find some way to contact you off of stream. But yeah, I'd love to have you join the server. Alright, I'm really confused. I'm trying to move this simple panel over. It's like not working. I don't know what's going on. Is it because of a half space issue? Is it sometimes you run into issues with like half spaces? I hate when little stuff like this happens and you just like don't know why you can't move something. It's so frustrating. I don't know what to do about it. Alright, let's try something else. Yeah, so maybe I ran into like a half space issue and didn't realize it, or no, am I running into the same problem? Why can't I get these two to touch? Alright, there we go. Like, thank goodness. How hard can it be to place a simple panel? They need to add diving back. Yeah, I think they might too. Like, don't you think they might with the Tortimer Island update? Oh my god, it's not letting me hop up there. I need to make my castle taller, guys. Ooh, what if I like went up to like another level and then like added more silos and made the castle like taller? Could you do something like that? But in any case, the castle needs a ton of work. Like, I really need to fine-tune that, but I just want to see how the silos look from a distance. So from this angle, you would see the castle in a distance when like hanging out near the river mouth. And then if you hung out over here, you would need to actually like pan up in order to see the castle, which is also fair enough. I'm just trying to think of like the different viewpoints you can create. Oh, do you think that there's something wrong with our invite link or with Discord in general or something? It does sound like a bit of an issue. I'll look into it. The ocean just feels so vast and deep for diving. I'm interested how it's gonna work. Yeah, the New Leaf Ocean had a bit of a different feel to it because you could always kind of see those little barriers in the distance, like the barriers that kept you from going out deeper into the ocean. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like looking out into the ocean and not seeing the barriers. I like just seeing the wide stretches of land in the distance. Or the wide stretches of ocean. There actually are land masses you can see in the distance. You have a new Discord? No, someone's having trouble joining our current Discord, so I might have to like look into fixing that later. Alright, so this is kind of frustrating, but I can't even get up there anymore to like turn the silos around, so I'm having to expand the land partly just so I can get to what I was working on. The museum already has a deep dive part ready for that feature. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's true. I think that's practically confirmation that they are going to add that as an update, similar to how I think it's practically confirmed from the beginning that bushes were always going to be added, because you can see bushes in the museum actually. Alright, so let me move this to like the middle. And then put the silo here, the silo. What if it's like a nice skinny castle? Like this. And let's put another simple panel there to kind of like prevent the sky from being visible in between. And then I feel like I could, if I add another level to this, and then put another silo on top, I think it would make the castle look better if I have like another tier behind it. Which I actually can't put stuff up on the next level, right? Isn't the next level what's off limits? So maybe I should, after all, just put the castle like on the first tier. Yeah, maybe I should do that. Man, it sucks that I like went to that trouble and then I'll have to like tear it all down. If they add swimming, they should just have the ocean waves stop us from swimming out instead of the barrier. Oh, I love that idea. You're a genius, Kiradev. Just excited for Brewster and the Roost to return. Yeah, me too. Probably what I was most excited for was those statues. Like, that was the big moment for me that I was just like super hyped. So I think the next big thing that I'm gonna be even more hyped for than the cafe is, as a streamer, I really miss the ability to have the multiplayer tours. So I've talked about that a lot, but that's what I would be looking forward to most probably, is the ability to not have to come up with my own mini games anymore, just to be able to hang out on the island with you all and do some mazes, do some races, or whatever they come up with for the mini games for this one. A small castle might be nice. I was thinking that too. I think it would look nice and whimsical to have like a little teeny castle rather than a grand one. I'd love for Brewster to be back with a museum. Yeah, instead of his own standalone building. But at the same time, I know some people would love to have another like beautiful standalone building like the cafe. There's so few buildings in town. There's only like the Able Sisters and Nooks, right? I mean, there's like nothing else. So it would make sense maybe if they added more over time. Oh yeah, there's the museum. There's the town hall. There's the 2 shops, but that's it. So you wouldn't like him going back to the museum because it would be like stepping back. That's an interesting way to look at it, because it is true that they like to kind of progress the characters. Like, it seems like KK Slider gets a bigger venue every time, except even KK Slider went kind of back to basics in this one. KK Slider went from having his own club to just hanging out at the town hall, so maybe Brewster will have a similar sort of downgrade. Sterling waiting for his castle. Oh, Elephant Man, that makes me happy that you remember one of my villagers, and Sterling is gonna be kind of like hanging out over here. Oh yeah! He's right there. That's why you brought up Sterling. I didn't realize he was hanging out over there. Bless his heart. Brewster and Blathers are good friends, so I don't really see it as much of a step back, more of a favor for a friend. Yeah, I like how they go way back and kind of have a backstory together. They've always kind of helped each other out, especially Blathers with Brewster. What if we end up getting a big mini mall for all of the shops at a point? I don't think we will. I think the way they have us doing it is incorporating the buildings into the landscape. I don't think they're ever gonna give us a main street, but that was my big hope before the game came out. I really wanted a main street because someone like me who gets into the town building aspects, like having the shops tucked away like on a main street frees up room for landscaping. So I was a little bummed when I found out that they would just be hanging out like in town. But at the same time, it's kind of fun to be able to dress up the areas, like create like a charming area for the Able sisters and stuff like that. I hope we get more cute cafe themed items with the Brewster update. Yeah, that would be fun. I bet they will. It seems like they like to add furniture for every update, like the wedding furniture and everything. Alright, definitely have a lot more room for the castle once I take away that level. So let's add a few more simple panels. And then let's like build up the land behind the silos to maybe add like another silo perched on top. Why isn't this... Is that as close as it gets, I guess? And the simple panels, of course, will have some sort of pattern on them eventually, but more focused on like blocking out the area right now. I have a spot picked out for the possibility of a standalone cafe. So I'm hoping that's how it ends up. Ah, cool. I don't really have a spot picked out, but I'm sure I could find a home for it if I had to. I plan on having like a fantasy tavern, so what might end up happening is I'll delete the fantasy tavern in favor for the cafe if I have to. There isn't really a spot I can see in the museum foyer for the cafe entrance to fit. For the art exhibit it was obvious, but there's not really any other spots I can see. I think that it could be on either side of the art exhibit. The art exhibit is like right smack dab in the like back middle of the wall. What if there was also kind of a wing on either side of it? That's kind of what I think of, I guess, as a possibility. And Holly Dolly, I guess you highlighted a comment earlier about the stone paths. I guess I don't even have my game set up to like view the paths, so that's why I didn't comment on it. I don't even have like the app set up to like look up creator codes and everything, but we do have a section of our Discord where we post patterns. Alright, so let's climb up here and put the silo on top. And I wonder how it's gonna look. Is it gonna look like the picture and have... I don't know, let's compare the picture castle to what we're creating. Oh no! Trying to get to my little image of the castle. So the castle definitely has some like turrets that I probably couldn't create in the game, but just working with what we have with the silos. Let's like hop down and see how this looks from a distance. Oh, I think it looks kind of whimsical. A nice little... I don't know. It might look kind of silly, but... Let me try like turning some of the silos around. I think part of what looks silly is like all the windows. Maybe if I turned one of them around, it wouldn't look quite as silly. Maybe only one of them can be turned the right way. I don't know. I'm not sure what to do. I'm struggling. Do you think something else should be perched behind there instead, like the lighthouse we were talking about? But then it would like literally look like a lighthouse, probably. Alright, so let me push the silo back and then put some simple panels in front. Oh no, it's not gonna let me do that. Am I running out of simple panels? Alright, it's doing that weird thing where I can't push the simple panels, but yeah, let's see how this looks. I don't know how old everyone is in their Animal Crossing experience, but I really want Celeste to get her observatory back. Yeah, so many people, that was like one of their top things that they wanted out of New Horizons. I can definitely see why, but at the same time, I get excited every time I see Celeste, so I do think the role that they picked out for her was exciting in a way. Like, you know, I do perk up every time I see her. She reminds me more of like a, I guess, amateur astronomer. There are like astronomers that have their own like fancy observatory, and then there's also astronomers that are like hobby astronomers that just go out and look at the stars with their own little dinky telescope. And Celeste reminds me a lot more of just a wandering stargazer. But I agree with you about the charming nature of like her observatory and how lovely that was back in Wild World and City Folk. Maybe I should go and get this lighthouse out as like maybe another possibility for how to build the castle, or even something like the, I don't know, the brick oven. It's just like, try stuff out. Alright, where's my lighthouse at? It's been so quiet in my main room. I need to remember to turn some music on in here. I guess I turned it off and for the Jeopardy game and forgot to turn it back on. I don't have hope for Celeste's observatory at this point, but same. Yeah, I think what happened with Celeste and her observatory is the fact that the game's graphics became so much more advanced over time. Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense to draw constellations in the sky anymore. Ooh, what did Winnie give me? An upright vacuum? He gave me a vacuum cleaner? Are you telling me to clean my place, Winnie? I think because there's no dual screen anymore, there's not as much need for an observatory because their aim was to have one screen of pure sky. Yeah. That's why they brought in the observatory, is because Wild World only had a single screen. So in some ways it makes sense that they didn't bring it back. Alright, let's see how the lighthouse looks. I'm so nervous. I feel like this could end up looking like so goofy if I don't do this castle right. But maybe, maybe it's the simple panels that are gonna help bring it together. Like, the simple panels could totally, like, bring the whole thing together if I do the panels right. Oh. Yeah, I don't know if I like the lighthouse up there. It was worth a try. Do you think maybe I should make an asymmetrical castle? Like, have one of the turrets like off to the side instead of like smack dab in the middle? Like, what if I put one, like, not in the center. Or maybe I should stop focusing so much on the castle and just move on to the water terraforming I'll have to do. Alright, I'm gonna drop a few more panels. I don't think she has access to Discord. I'm sorry about that, Holly. Yeah, I really appreciate like sharing the patterns and stuff, and I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but like, I guess that's not what I'm focused on right now. I'm doing some terraforming and some landscaping, and I don't even know how to read creator codes, guys. Like, I haven't done it at all. I tend to make my own patterns, like that's kind of like my whole deal, is that like, I know I haven't done a whole lot of it yet, but it's something I take a whole lot of pride in, and it's something very personal to me, is that I like to make all my own patterns. And so I actually like don't really do a lot of research into other people's patterns or creator codes and everything, because I plan to make my own. But yeah, I meant no offense at all, Holly Dolly. I appreciate you hanging out in chat and thinking of me with those patterns, but I have no way to read them right now. I don't know how it works. I make my own patterns anyways, usually. Oh, and hey Jay, welcome in. Hope you're having a good Saturday too. Yeah, we're working on like a castle. We've definitely seen some of these impressive looking castles that other people have made, and trying to make my own little miniature one. It's probably not going to be very big, just like a tiny little castle perched up on the cliff. Oh, why did this go in such a weird spot? We have more food recipes coming to Animal Crossing. The only thing is, will they bring back Franklin? Yeah, they definitely will bring back Franklin. They're totally gonna add him back, like with the Thanksgiving update. Those pillars, yeah, they're like turned around closets. I think I originally saw that on Twitter, so yeah, definitely can't claim the idea. Feel free to take it if you want. They're just like turned around lockers. You can like perch a biotech planner on top to make it look extra fancy. Oh, Meatball, thank you. Does anyone else miss your villagers just coming over to your house? I had mixed feelings about it. Sometimes they would just like barge in without saying anything, but it was kind of funny. It was charming. I played City Folk and liked looking up the constellations I drew. Yeah, the constellations were a lot of fun. I made another constellation recently, like when I booted up Wild World. Sometimes we end up playing Wild World at the end of stream, depending on how the stream goes, because one of my Acorn Points redemptions, like the channel points down there, is actually like to pick a past town of mine to play in, and every now and then like Wild World is picked, and then like we boot up Wild World again. Oh, and hi David, welcome to stream. I'm doing good. Just doing some cozy terraforming and landscaping this Saturday. It feels good to be working on a new area, even if it's going like a little bit, you know, clumsily at times. Nice to be working on something else for once. Alright, so I did run out of simple panels. Maybe I can go grab some more, but I guess what I was thinking is extending the castle like this way just a tad, and then maybe putting another silo. Like, I'm just trying to create a convincing looking castle. I almost wish I could put the silo like a little bit higher. Maybe I could use that glitch where you can glitch onto the 4th level to make it even higher. I might do that. But I think it's coming along cute. The panels will definitely bring it all together. Ah, thanks Cosmic Peachy. Yeah, maybe I should move on to some of the water landscaping and not just keep fiddling over the castle. I want to make progress on some other elements of the area as well. Oh, the jail bar DIY could add a lot. Oh, yeah, that's true. That could be like a gate. I've never made the jail bar DIY before. Maybe I can go in and grab some iron and make one for the first time. Miss my favorite babies coming over to see my house. Yeah, that was really cute. I used to love having Julian over to my house in Sidaloon because he matched my moon-themed interior so well. Oh, thank you, Kamiya. Yeah, I haven't made a whole lot of impressive patterns yet for New Horizons, but I am starting to like hope to pretty soon. Like that's something I want to do as soon as I can, is make some more patterns for town, but I haven't gotten to it much yet. Alright, so where's the jail bars at? I feel like I'm so like disorganized this stream, like I don't keep having to run back and craft things and grab things. But sometimes terraforming and landscaping is just like that, you know? Like it's not a neat and clean process sometimes. Where's the J's? Have I passed it a million times? Oh yeah, it's almost hidden over there. I didn't really see it. So let's get some more iron nuggets. I guess I'm running low on iron nuggets probably. Oh my god. I'm struggling. It's because of this vacuum. Why'd you give this to me, Winnie? I don't need this vacuum. I guess I don't need the hedges right now. Let me put up the hedges. Alright, jail bars, finally. Wild World was my first Animal Crossing. I remember when I ended up playing it a while back, I ended up crying from the nostalgia. Oh, really? Yeah, I felt similarly with the GameCube version. There was this time, like last autumn, where I got attached to the idea of like hooking up my GameCube to my streaming setup and streaming some Animal Crossing GameCube for a throwback. And I actually did successfully set it up. I do have my GameCube connected with my Elgato. And when I booted up in my old GameCube town that I played, you know, quite literally like as a kid around 2001, so long ago, like it really was kind of emotional for me. But that wasn't the first time I've revisited my old GameCube town. I have revisited it a few times over the years. Didn't make it any less emotional though. Thank you, Roni. Yeah, definitely going for fantasy vibes. I'd say I'm going more for like, say, a Lord of the Rings-esque kingdom, like a kingdom sort of vibe, rather than something like super fairy tale like that. But I guess this castle is definitely gonna bring back fairy tale memories in a way. So the jail bars, I guess the jail bars could just hang out in front. Ooh, the jail bars are really big. What if the jail bars are like behind or in between? I feel like the jail bars have to be like in between the silos in order to imitate like a gate. So maybe I should like expand the castle just a little bit and then put the jail bars right there. I don't know, this is so tricky. I feel like the jail bars are almost as big as the silos. Yeah, I could definitely use the jail bars somewhere. I'm just trying to figure out like the best use for them. And I think I'm ready to maybe leave the castle behind for now and play with it more later. And let's work on some of the terraforming below. Let's do that right after I add the simple panel in between these silos. And Courtney, thank you for the follow. Maybe a box in the top silo with panels. Oh yeah, I do think I could do more with panels. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that, but I do think I can do more with the simple panels than I am right now. I'm really tempted, like, I need to glitch up onto the 4th level and make one of those silos extra tall, like perch the silo on top of the 4th level, which normally you can't do. I think that would be worth it. I think that would add a lot. I think I might try to start doing that like off stream because it is very glitchy, but I might try to start doing that sort of thing. Oh, you're fine, Charlie. I'm sorry your eye's not feeling good. I hope you feel better. Are you planning on putting the pillar patterns on the simple panels? I might make a few different patterns for simple panels. I might make one that's like a Greek column, and that's for the museum, and then I might make another one that's more for like the castle wall. Part of the idea of like having the simple panels there is maybe you would make a pattern that like matches the pattern on the silos, and then it just looks like a continuous wall. Yeah, maybe we can expand the river out and then connect it with some sort of like swamp out in front of the castle. I wish there was some way to like dress up the cliff a bit more. The cliff can look so plain sometimes. I'm pretty sure we're all unorganized when terraforming and decorating. Yeah, makes me self-conscious though as a streamer. I need to do a better job. My first exposure to the series. Oh, I hope you're liking it so far, Camilla. How are you enjoying New Horizons as your entry to Animal Crossing? Is it doing a good job of hooking you in? Animal Crossing is a wonderful series. So many NPCs in this game just have so many different stories, and it's honestly so good. Yeah, the NPCs are the best. Between the Able sisters and their like super touching backstory to Brewster and Blathers, even Tom Nook and like Sable have a backstory. Tom Nook and Crazy Red have their own little like slightly malicious backstory. I just love it all so much. I'm so attached to all the NPCs, and my love of like the Tom Nook and Crazy Red dichotomy is part of why like I have, you know, Tom Nook and Crazy Red kind of like hanging out at the bottom of my overlay, and I think even some of my alerts are kind of, you know, the fox and the tanuki, so I really do love all the NPCs and what they mean for the series. Oh, you caught a gar? That's cool, Cloudy. There's probably so many new like bugs and fish right now. I should get on it. So many things to do. My dad bought New Leaf for me, and I loved how I log into New Leaf, I cry because I remember the day my dad bought it for me. Oh, that's so sweet. That does bring back memories of my own childhood where, like, you know, I mean, now that I'm an adult, I can buy my own video games, but I used to, like, beg my dad for, like, the Game Boy Advance upgrade, even though I already had the regular Game Boy Advance and, you know, the newest Pokemon games and everything. Really does make me nostalgic. Still play my New Leaf. Well, that's admirable. I'm definitely too busy trying to get Athalia put together to play much New Leaf, but I like that you still play it. Oh, is that that's a custom emote, Cosmic Peachy? That's so cute. And Pikmin Lover picked the redeem the next town I play in option. Oh, interesting. What town do you pick, Pikmin? The options are Citaloon, Daffodilly, or Suncomb. Alright, so I'm just kind of meandering this river outwards, and I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to do it, but it's probably going to connect with the lake in front of the Dragon Hills somewhat. I wonder if something that can make the cliff look a lot better, I mean, it should have occurred to me sooner. I've got to, like, create some edges to it, essentially. Like, I gotta make some areas look bumpy, and then some areas... And then that's gonna add a lot of visual interest, so I don't know why that didn't occur to me. No wonder the cliff looks so plain. I gotta make it look nice and bumpy and natural. I'd love to watch you stream the GameCube Animal Crossing. That was my first one. Oh, thank you, Kiradev. I was thinking that in the long-term future of this channel, that's probably the game that I would most be eager to do a throwback for, is because Wild World almost isn't a throwback to me because I've played it so much as an adult, so it would be really fun to revisit the old original GameCube sometime. Something I thought of, what if you did something like have the water like hug the cliff and then do some terraforming above the water like right here, and then you would kind of like bury the pond essentially? What if that looked kind of cool? I don't know, I'm just trying to think of things, ways to dress up the area. I have seen some people do things like put a pond and then do like cliffs around the pond, and then like that creates this really cool effect of like the pond being on a lower level, like a lower pond surrounded by cliffs. I wonder if that could be something I could make use of here. And there's also the suspension bridge that I need to put somewhere over here. Need to not forget about the suspension bridge. You could also use stone and iron fencing around the castle. Oh yeah, Leah. I think some of this stuff might have occurred to me eventually, like, but yeah, that's super obvious as a way to like make the castle look more official, is to wrap some fencing around it. What would I do without you, Leah? My favorite NPC is Brewster. I kind of relate to the awkward loving coffee aficionado, grumpy boy vibe. Oh yeah. I know what you mean about relating to him. He's such like an introvert. You have to like warm up to him. Both him and Sable are like that. I wonder if some people kind of ship Brewster and Sable because it seems like they're kind of peas of a pod in that way. Like they both, you have to warm up to him over time. I'm glad you're liking New Horizons as your intro to this series, Camilla. It's definitely blown up in a big way. Like, so many people are playing Animal Crossing, even celebs are playing Animal Crossing. Oh, so you'd like me to check up on New Leaf at the end of stream? Oh, that'll be fun. I'm a little, like, unsure of how far to take this on this stream, but I mean, I thought why not stream for a long time and try to get this area, like, looking a little down-packed. Like, you know, I know I've been live for about 2 hours now, and that's kind of a respectable stream time, but I don't want to just, like, create a very half-hearted area and then just, like, sign off. I kind of want to see this through or try something a little bit, so I'm probably going to be live for a little while longer, and then we can switch over to New Leaf at the end. Oh, and see you later, Mercy. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, and hey, Teru. Is it morning for you over in Australia, Teru? It's good to see you. And enjoy your lurk therapy. Oh, Greek goddess Amy. Teru, you're so kind. Should I go and wander by the museum to show off the Greek goddess vibes? We're actually working on a different style of feel, rather than like all the Greek-inspired landscaping at the front of town. Like, this area is going to be more medieval, I guess. It's a little castle perched up on a cliff sort of thing. I hope it ends up turning out good. I'm really excited about it. Not necessarily how it looks right now, but I'm really excited to like see it take shape. I think it's going to be cool. Alright, so this is like a little moat slash swamp. Something I'm a little curious about is like I'm basing it off of this painting, which is more like an actual lake rather than a moat. But there is the idea too of doing a moat, so I'm just like, I have such mixed feelings. Like, do I want to do a moat around the castle, or do I want to do this lake thing? Or do I want to do the moat right here and then do the lake below, and then the lake could connect with like the river mouth? And then when you're standing by the river mouth, you see the castle in the distance? Is that what I want to do? Do you all have thoughts on that? Should I have like a moat closer to the actual castle, and then like far away is where I do like the lakey type thing? And then in between them both, I could have things like sterling or Knox, or just flowers, landscaping. Feel free to let me know what you think about that. Maybe I should have like a little moat right here. Alright, let me hide the painting, make it a little smaller. Might go to Disneyland sometime. Oh, that would be fun, Roni. Me and some of my coworkers today were talking a lot about, like, I asked them, do you think the state fair will be open this year? And they were like, yeah, I think probably so. Because everything else is opening up, and just talking about the state fair kind of made me wistful for like roller coasters and theme parks and stuff. I do really like that sort of thing. I'm a big roller coaster fan. Oh, and Holly Dolly, the unlock a emote thing is usually controlled by the menu. It has nothing to do with me or the channel or anything. It's just part of the menu for the acorn points, but feel free to give it another try. Oh, it's 9 AM over there in Australia? Yeah, it's around 7 PM here. My Animal Crossing has OCs I've made over the years, and now I'm just writing in stuff more and more for them all. Living on my island, side accounts are my OCs, and I love it. Oh, that is cool. I plan on making like a princess character, a fantasy tavern, a sorcerer character, and originally I was thinking of having maybe a character occupy the castle up there, but now I don't plan on it. Now I know that I'm gonna have a fake castle. But yeah, back in the day I thought that maybe there would be a character, like maybe even the sorcerer character, that would hang out near the dragon part of town, but now I think I'm just gonna have a fake building. Alright, I wonder how the moat should look. Should the moat be like neat and clean, or should it be kind of messy looking? Holly Jolly. I'm sorry the channel points are acting up a little bit. I actually have no control over them. It's just something automated by Twitch. Do try to, like, you know, be civil and not be accusatory about me scanning you with the channel points. The channel points are very gimmicky and silly anyways. They're not supposed to be serious. They're just a little bit of a fun little gimmicky thing. But yes, if you continue to be a little bit like disruptive and just you know, complaining about the channel points thing in chat, we might need to start timing you out and stuff. Just remember to be chill and civil. We're doing positive vibes here. Alright, so just working on the moat. Oh, and hi Pika, how are you today? How's your Saturday going? Good to see you. Alright, so maybe even some jail bars could be up at the front here. Just trying to experiment with things. I don't know, I think the jail bars look good right there if you're like far away, because they kind of almost like merge with the castle from far away, but I don't like how it looks at other angles. I don't know, I feel like I'm kind of struggling with this area, guys. I don't really know what I'm doing with it. Like, I guess that's the story of your life when you go for something ambitious like this, like trying to create like a castle on a cliff and a river beneath or a lake beneath, and you're unsure if you want to do a river or a lake. Like, it's just, I'm asking for trouble by doing something this ambitious, but I think with enough trial and error I can get there eventually, but I am kind of nervous about it. If you're making a fantasy town, are you going to need the items from Celeste? Oh yeah, I am kind of after some Celeste items. The biggest one I'm kind of after right now is the Nova Clock, or the Star Clock, I guess it's called. But yeah, I have the Nova Light and the Moon and the Crescent Moon Chair. I keep kind of wanting to add more to the cliff just for the sake of creating some jagged edges, but then every time I do it, like, I'm a little uncertain how it looks. Hopefully I'll be able to come up with something I'm happy with. Need to make it look nice and jagged. Oh, I love this music. I saw like a really funny clip of New Horizons once that used this music, and now I think of that clip every time I hear this music. I'm so amused by it. Alright, so I think I do like this cliff a bit more than I liked it before. I think I kind of like the effect of like making it more jagged like I just did. So maybe I should roll with this wind for now and just work with this style of cliff at the moment. And not continue like messing with it for all of eternity. Maybe I should just roll with that for now. Been getting back into the groove when it comes into Animal Crossing. Oh, that's good, Theo. A friend of mine is after the Star Clock too. Yeah, and just to clarify, when it comes to the Star Clock, I know I could definitely get friends to craft some for me, and I really appreciate that. A few of my friends have already crafted some for me, but it's always nice to have that DIY, like almost just for like a collection standpoint. Plus I know the fact that Celeste is gonna keep showing up That's why I'm looking forward to it, as I know I'll get it eventually. Alright, I should make some sort of waterfall, enter the source for like where this water is going to be. But I also need to make sure that I put the simple panel where I need it to as well, so maybe I should put down the simple panel first. Gosh, and I need certain color simple panels too. Like, I probably need gray ones, don't I? Let me Google for panel. Oh, Google. Yeah, let me Google simple panel. And I hope it comes in like a dark gray, or maybe black would be good. Comes in brown, light brown, copper, silver, gold, or light gray. I wonder if silver would be best. Either that or even copper. Maybe I'll order a few different colors and just see what looks best once I make the pattern. Oh, don't have enough bells. Today's just not my day. I'm running into issue after issue. Alright, well, just for testing out the sake of the castle, I am going to put one more panel right here, even though I think I'm going to have to order a few more colors. Oh, dang it. There we go. And let's have the waterfall pour off into the source. Oh, that sounds good, Theo. Glad you have some plans for the weekend. If you need a Taurus bathtub, I may be able to make you one. Oh, thank you. I actually do have that DIY. I recently got the Gemini closet DIY, and I'm still kind of after trying to get more Gemini fragments for that, but yeah, I love the astrology set, and I can't wait to get some more of the astrology set. Like, what else do I really want? I really want the Pisces lamps. Oh my gosh, guys, did I trap myself? Okay, I didn't trap myself, thank God. So a nice little, like, waterfall to connect to the source. I just realized that one of the villagers I invited via Amiibo is glitched, and so is their house. Oh, that's a shame, S. I think moving them out and then back in again might fix it. But that's such a shame to have that glitch, like, floating around. Because, I've definitely dreaded it. Like, every time I've moved in a new villager, I get a little nervous every time. Like, oh no, are they gonna have a glitched house? I wish they would fix that. I'm just trying to, like, make the cliff look a little bit more just pleasantly jagged and natural. Maybe that looks nice and jagged, maybe even too jagged. Gosh, I'm so intimidated by this right now. This is like too much for me. Do you ever just get like really intimidated by an area you're working on and you just like don't know if you're gonna end up being happy with it or not? That's kind of how I feel right now. This area is intimidating me. Alright, and I might get a suspension bridge DIY just so I can play around with how things look, because I am going to put a suspension bridge over here. So let me go run to Nook's. Amy, are you trying to make a windmill? No, I'm actually trying to make a castle. But I think it'll be more apparent once I like do the simple panels how I want to. But yeah, eventually it's gonna look like a castle, hopefully. Silver would blend in well, nice and soft. Yeah, maybe silver or copper, depending on how the pattern looks on it. Oh, and hi, the big MP. Welcome to stream. Hope you're doing well. Let me go chat with Nook and get a suspension bridge. You feel that with your whole island, Harv. I'm glad you can relate. Sometimes I'm working on an area and I'm like, okay, I want it to look like this painting here, and I want it to look nice and magical and the perfect like fantasy world aesthetic. And then I'm actually like walking around with my shovel like pounding up cliffs and pounding in water, and I'm just like so intimidated. I'm like, how do I do this? That's how I feel right now. Alright, so let's talk to him about bridges and get the suspension bridge in our pockets so we can play around with it. This is the one. Honestly, the log bridge might work too, but I'm kind of feeling the suspension bridge a bit more. So let's get that. Oh, do I need the money? I definitely need to get some money while I'm over here. Look at my bell count right now. I'm only at 700 bells. Let's go withdraw some money. Oh, you get intimidated too, Leah. I'm glad I'm not alone. I feel like, though, that with a bulldozed island, I mean, you kind of have to be fearless and just go into it, because if you keep being fearful about everything you start to make, like how I am with this Dragon Hills area, then I'll never get anywhere. I need to start trying to get somewhere and just jump in, and through that lovely process of trial and error, maybe eventually I'll be happy with it. Oh, and enjoy your lurk, Denico. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry it's such a finicky stream here today. That's landscaping for you. I got that feeling today. I decided to restart my entire secret beach area, just wasn't loving it as much as my entrance. Yeah, I'm glad you all know what I mean. It makes me feel a little bit less alone, and maybe a little bit less silly running into feelings like that, like while I'm streaming, working on an area, but I mean, I think the museum took some trial and error too, and it might not be flawless, but I mean, I'm happy with kind of the general blueprint I made out for the museum. I'm happy with my entrance. I don't even think I might end up touching my entrance. I think I'm pretty happy with this. I'm decently happy with this, even though it might not be set in stone forever. So, like, I need to realize that everything that I do just takes trial and error, and not to get intimidated, but working on a new area can kind of be like that sometimes. I have to play with my perler beads again. I've barely gotten into that stuff. Oh, I got really into the perler beads thing when I was a kid. I was really into those, but I thought I was into those, but then I actually saw like what a lot of people do with the perler beads at like anime conventions and video game conventions, and then I didn't feel like I was quite a pro at them anymore. Like, people will make like characters out of the perler beads, like really giant versions. So I feel like the suspension bridge might work well in a completely different area. Like, the suspension bridge might work better like kind of near the river mouth or near some other spot, but I figured I'd test it out over here just to see how it looks near the castle. Like, that's the great thing about the preview. You can just kind of whip it up on your screen, get a nice little preview of it, see if you like it or not. When you finish the area and love it, it makes things so worth it. Yes, true, Jay. That is a wonderful feeling. It's the same with QR codes too. Like, if any of you try making your own QR codes, sometimes that process of trial and error can be really intimidating at first, but it's some of like the happiest moments of me playing Animal Crossing when I finally like finish a pattern to my satisfaction or a path. It can feel so, so good, so I just need to keep that in mind as the carrot at the end of my stick or whatever. Like eventually I probably will be happy with this area one day. Just gotta get there. And the one thing that's silly about putting a bridge right here though is the fact that it leads up to the castle but without an incline. I mean, you can't go up to the castle. So like I don't even know if this makes any sense at all to put a bridge here, but I mean it looks kind of aesthetic. I kind of actually like what it like adds to the area in a way. But I don't think that's where I want to put it. I think I like the vibe with the area though. And Random Cruel World, thank you for the host. I planned my island head to toe before I did any major terraforming. Ooh, how did you do that? Did you like do a little map or did you use like the Happy Island Planner app? Oh, y'all want to take a little like kitty break? Do you want to see my kitty back there? Isn't she a sweetie? Look at her doing a little bath back there. Such a cutie. Oh, you remember the town flag designing stream, Kiradev? Yeah, I got happy enough with that flag in order to move on, but I actually can kind of daydream in my head a little bit how that flag could be improved, but I just feel a little funny like focusing on the flag too much when like I have so much of my island bulldozed. I'd kind of rather work on my island at this point. But maybe I can make my town flag a little better one day. Oh, and hi, Mary. Welcome in. Happy Saturday to you. It's great to see you, Mary. And if anyone's wondering who I'm calling Mary, it's Medane in chat. Can you customize the bridge too? Unfortunately not. The bridges are uncustomizable. Much to my dismay, I'd love to customize some of the bridges to white. Same with like a lot of the fences. Need to remember to get turnips tomorrow? Yeah, I need to remember to catch up. I'm like on Thursday. I need to catch up and get with the programs. Oh, interesting. So if I continue the moat over here, I'm probably gonna need to create another little waterfall coming off like on either side. Because otherwise that's not going to have a source to it. Everything's so tricky. Amy's showing off her $22 million bank account on stream. True, but it used to be about like 29 million. It has sunk a little bit, Kiradev. I need to replenish it. Need to get on that turnip trade again. Sing it, Julian. Yeah, Julian is such a singer. He's always singing it over in my plaza. Ah, Fuchsia, thank you for the host. I saw you streaming earlier, Fuchsia. I hope you had a lovely stream. And if anyone in my chat doesn't know Fuchsia, she's a super lovely Animal Crossing streamer too, and currently raising money for the Trevor Project right now for Pride Month. The cypress plants look so pretty. Ah, thanks, Andrew. Yeah, I really like how they look in elegant areas too. Talking about my museum, which I was at earlier. Didn't terraform much on my town, mostly because I want it to be natural and it's a dude ranch, so it can't be too much. Yeah, terraforming is a bit of a headache. I know what you mean about that. But at the same time, like, I completely bulldozed everything, so I do need to terraform in order to build it up again. I have no choice, pretty much, but to go with the painful process of trial and error with terraforming. Ah, thank you, Cloudy. Thanks for hanging out today. Hope you have some amazing dinner. I know what I'm gonna have for dinner later. I'm gonna have some macaroni and cheese. So I'm looking forward to it too, but definitely want to make some more progress before I sign off for my mac and cheese. I'm glad y'all can relate with my terraforming struggles though. Makes me happy. Does this island have a 5-star rating? I noticed the golden watering can. Oh no, I do not have a 5-star rating. The very last stream that I did yesterday, Beth actually gave me a golden watering can, and we did like a little bit of a trade. I gave her a few things and she gave me probably too much. She gave me some lilies of the valleys and some and the golden watering can. Alright, so let's create a little waterfall area to create a source for the moat, because if the moat can't like empty off into the ocean, it makes sense to at least like create a waterfall to make it make sense almost. Alright, it's not letting me hop across. Let me try to climb up. Could you do a moat surrounding the castle? This way the bridge makes more sense. Yeah, that's kind of what I was working on. I'm a little unsure how to do the moat, Pika. Like, I feel like there's a million different things I could do. Like, I could put the moat, like, up on the upper tier of land. Like, you know, the area where I'm at right now is, like, where the castle is. And so I could put the moat, like, up here around the actual castle, like, where the upper land is. Or, like, I guess what I'm trying right now is I'm trying to, like, perch the castle up on the cliff, maybe put fencing around it, and then like below do the moat, so like the moat is like on the lower tier of land. But I mean, I really don't know what I'm doing. I'm in the very intimidated by what I'm doing process right now. I'm not in the I know exactly what I'm doing stage at the moment. I'm in the struggle zone at the moment. And I'm still just not super happy with what I keep doing with like the cliff. Whenever I do this, like it looks more visually appealing to me, but then it like looks like it's trying to be too symmetrical, so I keep like tearing it down, but maybe I should just stick with that. Sometimes I see it as a challenge. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it, Lenore. Oh, so you use the island planner to plan out your island, Chimera? That's really cool. I've thought about doing stuff like that, but it intimidates me a little bit because, like, if I can't see how it looks in the game, how am I supposed to, like, map it out, you know? So that's what I find such a struggle, is that I like the idea of mapping everything out first, but look what I'm doing right now, where, like, I don't know how stuff looks from far away, and I don't know how this looks until I actually try it, so it's almost like, how can you map out something if you can't visualize it in your head? Like, for me, a lot of what this area depends on is, like, how the castle looks like from a distance, and, like, how the moat, like, looks next to the castle, and I just don't know how to see that on a map, but I'm also just, a little discouraged in the sense of maybe the castle doesn't look good on the cliff at all because you have to pan up in order to see it. Like when I'm standing right here, I don't see the castle at all, so maybe the castle would just look better like on the regular ground. But then the castle doesn't look like this painting I'm trying to imitate where it's like up in the cliffs, so I don't know, I just don't know what I'm doing. Do you think, similar to how this painting, part of the castle is hidden by cliffs, do you think that could be an interesting effect? What if I, like, built up the cliffs, like, on one side of the castle, and then, like, had the castle be hidden behind cliffs? Like, what, do you think that would be cool? I'm kind of tempted to try that out now, but I keep just, I don't know, I feel so scattered. A white suspension bridge, can only imagine, yeah. Or a white wooden bridge, a white brick bridge. Like, please, give me white bridges. Oh, you've been lurking a while? Thank you so much, Fisha, for hanging out. So excited to see how your castle comes out. Oh, thank you, Peanut. I look forward to it. Like, I think this area could look cool with a lot of trial and error, but I'm definitely at the part where I don't know what I'm doing. And I've talked to some other people here on the stream, and I'm so glad other people can relate to me. Like, I think a lot of us go through this phase with terraforming where it's like the I don't know what I'm doing phase, and that's where I'm at right now. So I think what I was gonna try, wasn't I just saying I was gonna try what it looks like if you try to like hide a bit of the castle like with the cliff instead of having the castle be totally visible? What if you like just have a nice little place where it's hidden by the terraforming? I'm gonna try that out real quick. Thanks for the feedback, Pika. I always appreciate like little hints or tips about what y'all think I should do. And I guess if I want the moat to look even more realistic, I guess I could just have the water like touch the cliff. Like I don't even have to have this empty piece of land in between, but that's something else I could try. I'm gonna try to build this up a little bit more so that I could maybe have a few more tiers of land like hiding the castle. Just moved my museum yesterday but haven't played today, so I put it on the same side you did when I saw you terraforming for it. I was like, I hope Amy doesn't think I copied her. Oh no. Definitely don't feel like that, Mary. But yeah, it's totally okay to draw inspiration in any case, but I definitely wouldn't assume that just because you put your museum on the same side that... No, that's not copying at all. Think trees might help? Yeah. The problem with trees, though, is that they require like 3 spaces around it, and I'm kind of cramming everything over here, but that is a good idea, is to like put trees around the castle. Put some cedars up here. You're good at picturing stuff in your head. Yeah, I admire that quality. Sometimes in Animal Crossing I can do that, and sometimes I definitely need to like see it. That's a nice painting. Where is it from? It's by Ola Thynel. I actually even have like a little command that links to her because she's my favorite artist and she's the one that did the tapestry behind my bed. I really definitely recommend checking her out if you want to find some more like fantasy inspired art. I love her art so much. My favorite artist ever. I think it would be cool to have cliffs built up around it because these silo castles are kind of an illusion. It makes sense if it's just scenery to be viewed from the ground and not something you go up to access. Yeah. I feel that, Leah. That's something that I feel as well. Like whenever you're trying to create something that's like an illusion, you almost don't really want to see it up close. So I do think it's a good idea to have it far away. I guess I just gotta keep in mind that when you're standing below it, you do have to pan up to see it, and I just have to accept that. I think part of me was hoping you could see the castle just like standing on the ground below, but you do have to pan up in order to see it. Alright, so let's see what it looks like if you start to put like an aesthetic little cliff like in front of the castle, obscuring it a little bit. Enjoy your lurk, Random Cool. Thank you so much for hanging out today. I need to get one of her tapestries for my new flat. Ah, cool, Zenrin. Yeah, if you're interested in checking out her Society 6, Society 6 is this site for artists to like kind of sell both tapestries and other sorts of things. Like, I think she even sells like some pillows or like tote bags. It's basically just anything that's like merchandise with art on top of it. I kind of want to round this corner too, but I know that's not possible. I know as soon as I tap that A button, that whole thing's just gonna disappear, so look at me, I'm learning. And I don't think I created enough space for me to build up this area, but that's kind of what I wanted to do. I wanted to make it like a little bit taller. Alright, so maybe if I hop down and expand the cliff just like one more space, maybe that'll be enough room to build up the cliff a bit more. I'm just looking at it and thinking, how do I make this better? Do you like the cliff on that side, or do you think I should put the cliff on the other? Do you think I should put it over here instead? Because something I'm going to run into is like the edge if I keep trying to expand out this way. Alright, I think I'm going to do that. I think I might put the cliff on this side instead. The tiny windows look well for the illusion. Yeah, something I was having trouble with was the fact that I put my silos so close together. Like there's one right here and then there's one just one space away. I kind of wasn't liking the effect of like seeing so many windows close together, but you see how that looks a little bit iffy, so that's why I turned them around, but I don't know. We'll have to see what I end up going with in the end. Pika, enjoy your lurk. Thanks for hanging out. I wonder if the upright lockers come in any colors that could work for this gray castle since they're so blocky. Yeah, maybe we could look that up. I assume that wouldn't be a customizable item. That would be something you just like look up right here. So let's search for the locker. I wonder if that's good enough, just typing like lock. Oh, okay, here it is. So it comes in white and black. I don't know, what do you think? You think the black, for like some black columns or something? That might be kind of cool. I'll order one and test it out. Also gonna order some simple panels, since I need panels in certain colors. I think the cliff is a nice touch, gives the impression it's higher and further away than it actually is. Thanks, Peachy. I think that's kind of what I'm going for, so I'm glad that you are getting that vibe. There's even some like castles actually in real life that are kind of hidden by cliffs. There's this famous one in Germany, which I don't really know the name of, but there's a famous one in Germany that was specifically designed to kind of look like a fairy tale castle, and it's actually what inspired the Disney castle. And that one is kind of like mysteriously hidden by the cliffs as well. Totally out of context, but the other day I was lurking and you were talking about the no-show socks, and I can recommend you the Vans ones. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was kind of doing a random vent once about the fact that I hate like socks that are really low because they just fall down all the time. Like, I've pretty much basically refused to wear those in any capacity. Like, I can't deal with like the socks that like fall down all the time, and then it ends up hurting my feet because my bare foot will be rubbing against the back of my shoe because like my socks keep falling down. So yeah, I have a intense loathing of those types of socks, but thanks for the rec. Maybe those will work better. I think the blue locker might match the accent on top of the towers. Yeah, that's definitely worth trying. The black might end up being a little too heavy for the area. Alright, so I think I'm going to put the cliff on the other side because I'm going to have more room for the cliff if I put it on the other side. If I try to put it on this side, then like I'm getting too close to this unterraformable land. So it just makes a whole lot of sense to put it on this side over here. Oh, Leah, so you looked up the locker and it does come in other colors? Oh, I thought that might have been one of the items that actually had all the colors of. So I guess I'm missing a color. Interesting. I can try to track down the silver one maybe, or see if anyone in the community has one. Alright, I probably shouldn't have done the moat until I finished working on the cliff. Look at me, like, having to erase what I just did. Oh, and Taro is telling the name of that castle that, like, I was mentioning that's in Germany, which is specifically designed to be like a fairy tale style castle that's kind of hidden by the cliffs. And it was actually, Teru and I used to have discussions about that very castle and the fact that, like, in New Leaf, some of the fairy tale public works could be inspired by that sort of aesthetic, but anyway, because Teru found the name, I kind of want to show you all what I'm talking about. Let's switch over to the browser screen. And so this is the castle. And you see how it's kind of like hidden by things? I guess it's not totally hidden by the cliff, but it's definitely got like this little piece of land right here that juts out with like a lot of cedar trees. Looks very artfully like perched up on the cliff and hidden by lots of things. I don't know if you can see super good because Google Images isn't really loading a lot of these images very big. But yeah, that's a good picture of it, perched up on a cliff and surrounded by cedars and everything. If only you could like really achieve that sort of effect in Animal Crossing. Alright, so let's switch back. Oh, did you know the name of that castle too, Big Ball fan? I didn't know about it until I think like Teru told me about it once when we were talking about New Leaf back in the day. Alright, so I wonder if I made the cliff big enough to... Oh, I don't think so. If I want to go 2 tiers high, it has to be expanded a bit more. Hard to spell. Yeah, there's actually a member of our community, like one of my mods, Sarah. She's German, and I always get a kick out of how she describes German. She says that everything in German like sounds so aggressive and looks so intimidating, and I actually don't think that particular word looks like that though. I mean, that looks like kind of a dreamy word to me. Yeah, it's hard to spell. Alright, so the goal is to have a cliff partly hide the castle, and it needs to be 2 tiers high, so in order to have something be 2 tiers high up above this tier, I need to make it big enough support that, because unfortunately you have to have like a space in between every tier that you make, so that's why I have to create quite the sizable little piece of land right here. And my water forming keeps getting in the way. So let's smooth out this corner and then hop up and start working on the cliff that's gonna hide part of the castle. I wonder how the fences are gonna factor into it, like the fact that I'm gonna like have fences. Maybe the fences can just start to appear like behind the cliff. Oh, is that the king that made that particular castle? Alright, so I did make this tall enough to support a third level on this side, but if I want it to kind of completely hide the silo, then I have to make this part wider, but maybe it'll look good just to have it to the side of the silo so that the silo isn't totally hidden. You know what I'm saying? Oh, so many butterflies over here. What are all the butterflies attracted to? There aren't even any flowers in this spot. Alright, so all that work, and I think I've basically created enough space for like a single column. That's so funny. Like, it's just a highlight of like how much space you have to create for like every tier that you build up. Like, it requires so much space. But yeah, look at that. All that for just one more column, and it won't let me do any more. Gosh, this is terrible. Yeah, I do want to kind of round the corner a bit, make it look nice and natural. Do you think that cypress plants, in the absence of trees, I know Peanut Potato earlier mentioned that like they think that trees would help like fill out this area more, but the thing is that, you know, trees aren't gonna fit up here because of the landscaping rules, but maybe if you just put a bunch of cypress plants, that would help create the feeling of like having a very wooded looking cliff. And that would just help add to like the illusionistic aspect of everything, is to have lots of those cypress plants. The only thing that's gonna bug me about that is like I hate seeing the pots. I hate seeing the pots of the cypress plants. But yeah, I'm definitely seeing like how this could work eventually. Like, I think I actually do kind of like that cliff partly hiding that silo. What I'm not sure if I like is just that single column up there that's just like chilling out, like a single little column. I want to expand the column a bit. I don't know how I could though. Like, I just want to put it right next to the silo, but I guess I can't. Well, maybe in the absence of putting a cliff there, because I actually physically can't because of the in-game rules, maybe I could put like a cypress plant and then a bush in front, and then that would help kind of add to the feeling of the silo being enclosed by greenery. So I'm gonna go grab a bush and test it out. Maybe I can use these dark cypress plants around the castle. So I'm gonna grab a dark cypress plant and then one of these bushes. What bushes do you think would be most fitting for this area? Like holly or hydrangea? Just found out Kiki is my villager birthday twin. Aw, sweet. Mine is Gladys. I've known it for a while. My birthday is January 15th and my birthday bud is Gladys. Oh, the butterflies are attracted to me. Well, not anymore. They used to be hanging out over there. What about hedges? Oh, like hedges to add to the cliffs and stuff? Yeah, that's another good idea, Pika. Cypress could definitely do the job, and if it doesn't give off the outdoorsy feel you want, it could look like a front garden. Yeah, that's true. I guess you're comforting me a little bit about the pots, the fact that the pots look less natural, but it is, after all, a castle. It's okay if maybe the owner of the castle has some potted plants out in their yard, I guess. Wow, I had trouble saying that word. Alright, so I'm gonna try to hide the pot with like a bush. That's something I like to do. And I could continue to do more of that sort of thing, like have more cypress plants, more bushes, kind of make it look a nice foresty looking hilled area around the castle. Yeah, I think that'll help a lot. I wish I could have actual, like, cedar trees, though. Do you think that maybe around the moat, like on this side, I should leave enough room to plant, like, lots of cypress trees on the ground? Oh, I don't have any cypress trees, though, to play around with. I only have, like, oak trees in my town. One tree would fit where that single cliff is. Oh, like right here? Let me try to dig a hole and see if that works. Oh, I actually don't think it would work because I think that the in-game rules have it so that you can't scooch around the tree. Like anytime you have to scooch, I think it doesn't meet the in-game rules. Yeah, I wish the rules were less strict with the trees. If you want to try pronouncing it, it's probably something like Neusch von Steen. How did I do, Teru? Neusch von Steen. Neusch von Steen. Oh gosh. Earlier in stream, guys, for anyone who just came in, like, I kept saying it like CeeLo or whatever, like I kept saying, I'm gonna put these CeeLos up here, and then chat was like, you're kind of saying that word funny. I'm so bad with pronunciation. Alright, so maybe what I could do is test out, should I go to like a mystery island and grab some cypress plants? Because I'm really curious what it's going to look like now. I think it would help hide the cliffs because the cliffs do look kind of plain. And like, I know I won't have room to plant trees up here because it's too narrow up there. But if I plant cypress trees out in front and have the moat go around it, like maybe that would just help add to the mystical vibes. But I don't have any of those sorts of trees in my town right now, so I'd have to go island hopping for cypress trees. Oh, you meant the piece of cliff next to the cypress and the bush? Interesting. You think that a tree fits up there? I actually think it would be the same problem where it would be too close to like the edge. But yeah, I wish it was easier to plant the trees. Oh, do you mean where the cliff is? Yeah, I mean, I think I could probably put a tree up there if I like put my mind to it. Because I did create like a lot of land up there. can scooch around trees? You can, Peanut? Wow, maybe I gotta test this out. Let me go like grab a tree with my egg. I've got some eggs in my pockets. And I do actually have some trees in my pockets already. Go me. Probably very unintentional to have that, but I do. So I didn't even need to eat the egg. Why did I eat the egg? I already have trees in my pockets. I just casually am carrying around trees without even knowing it. I don't even realize the stuff that I have in my pockets. Alright, so I am a little bit attached to that little piece of cliff in a weird way. Even though it looks goofy, I was kind of attached to it, but you all have me curious about the tree rules because y'all are saying that you can scooch around the trees and I didn't know you could. So let me see if one will plant right here or not. See how this works. Oh! You can scooch around the trees. What? I tried to do this before and it didn't work for me. Maybe there was something else wrong. Oh. Dang, that looks kind of classy. Maybe that looks better than the little cliff. I mean, put some cypress plants around it, put like a cypress tree up there. That might look better than the cliff. What do you all think? I got kind of attached to that little piece of cliff I had though. It can be kind of silly like that. Alright, well maybe that egg I ate will come in handy anyways, because I think if I am going to put a tree up there, I'm going to put a cypress tree. So let me just pick this back up. Those trees need too much room. Yeah, they do. They need to, I've heard a lot of people say that they wish that they could just flat out like put a tree where I'm standing, like in between the cliffs. Because the cliffs do look kind of like plain in a way, like they're so barren. So something that I realize is that as much as it's fun to build up areas with terraforming, like if you're not careful with how you dress up the areas, it can look a little bit barren at times, just with like all these like tan cliffs and everything. I wish you could decorate them more. Oh, and hi Shivi, welcome in. I hope you're doing good. It was nice visiting your island last night, Shivi. Oh, and I'm surprised that that pronunciation was okay. The Zen fence would look awesome around the castle. Oh, thanks for the input. I can see that because the Zen castle has like a lot of white and blue, so it would kind of tie into the blue of the silos. I'm also kind of attached to the idea of like having the stone and iron fence too, though. I just can't ever be satisfied with how I do these cliffs, guys. I just, no matter what I do, like I'm not happy with them. Maybe that's okay. And let me try to plant a tree right here just to see if it works, because now you all have me curious about the tree rules. Ah! One works right there too. Does that block the castle too much though, or does that help add to the feel? I think it does help add to the feel. So maybe I will put a tree right there, a cypress tree. Alright, time to eat another egg. I like the trees, it gives it height and more nature. Yeah, that's true. I got so attached to the idea of that little piece of cliff, but I should probably put a tree there instead. I think just to articulate why I got attached to the cliff is just the fact that it makes the cliff like taller around the castle, and it makes it feel like it really is tucked up in the actual mountains. but I think the tree does add a lot more, and that's probably what I'm going to end up going with once I get my hands on some cypress trees. And thank you, Pika. And thanks, Shivi. Doing a lot of terraforming today, so if you visit in an upcoming week, it'll be super different. Ooh, that's exciting. Yeah, I guess I'm doing a lot of terraforming today too, but it's kind of just all in this one area. Like, I'm definitely not, you know, terraforming my whole island or anything. I think the tiki torches you talked about earlier could be cool around the museum. Oh, you think the museum could be enhanced with tiki torches? I actually, since those are so like kind of more rustic, I thought that only marbly things would look good around the museum. So right now I'm planning out areas where maybe I could plant the cedar trees around to kind of hide the cliffs a little bit. Oh, and I can just imagine too, like in addition to the cypress plants and the bushes, like I could also totally have weeds up here. Like weeds would look pretty cool as well. Like especially the tall weeds. And I don't think I want to have a cypress tree, or I don't think I want to have a cedar tree like right in front of the doorway. I think I want to have the trees frame the doorway, so I am going to rearrange this a little bit. I'm going to put one right here. Going to put one right here. Oh! Leah meant to type castle anyway instead of museum. I was like, oh really? You think the tiki torches would look good around the white marbly museum? But yeah, I can definitely see that. I need to remember to keep consulting my little list of items that could work near the castle, and tiki torches are definitely one of them. So is that like cool little flag looking item. Did I bring that flag with me? I think I did. It's called like the champion's flag or something like that. I don't know exactly where it would be, but like, I mean, I think it kind of fits the vibes. Maybe it could go near the castle. I don't know. Alright, so I'm gonna continue planning out where like the cedar trees are gonna go around the cliff, and then I'm gonna put the moat around. I think the moat will help you keep you like seeing the castle at a distance, because Leah and I have talked about how the fact that this is very illusionistic and you almost don't want to see it too close. So I think the moat will help aid that. The cedar trees will help aid that too. You want to like be at a distance from this thing and you don't want to actually get super close to it. So I think the moat might help. It's okay to not be happy with it. The good news is you can always change it. Yeah, that's something that I always try to keep in mind, comforting myself when I'm stressed out about terraforming, is you can always change it a million times over. You keep calling cedar trees cypress trees because we were talking about the potted plants. Yeah, I noticed that, Peanut. I'm glad you kind of noticed it too. I didn't know if I was gonna say anything like, oh, by the way, I've been calling this tree the wrong thing, but yeah. I think because they both begin with C, I kept like getting them mixed up in my head. But yeah, the cedar trees are the ones that require the actual hole in the ground, and then the cypress trees don't. Been lurking a bit, but I love that you built the cliff around the castle. It's so grand, but also feels cozy and natural. Oh, thank you, Jay. That means a lot that you like it. Can you, like, terraform right here? Is that too close? Oh, I guess technically you can terraform right there. Oh, thank you, Mary. I'm glad you like it. I have more champions pendants if you need them. I am after it in red. Do I have it in red? Let me do a little quick check. What's it called? Pin it? Although the blue does match the silo roofs. Back when I was envisioning this area like in my head, I thought that it would be mostly reds and oranges because reds and oranges are associated with dragons and seem like such a royal color. But now that maybe the silos are blue, maybe I should go with the blue pennant. But yeah, I'm kind of after the red one if anyone has that. Maybe you'll just leave it inaccessible so you can't break the illusion. Yeah, I don't really plan on leaving a incline leading up to it because that would be a waste of an incline and I just kind of want it to be something cool in the distance. I am a little worried though with these cedar trees that it'll block the area too much, so I do think I gotta be careful, but let's see how it looks first before I abandon the idea, before I even do it. Oh, you love the idea of cedars near the water. Thanks, Mercy. Dang it, I'm trying to create like a curved edge so you can scooch around the tree. I guess I gotta make it wider before I can make a curved edge. I have the red ones if you'd still like them. Oh, sure, Shivi. Maybe we can message each other later and I can see if there's anything that I have that I can give you in return. The red dragon. The red dragon is like a little bright for me. Maybe I could use it, but I am thinking that maybe the black and brown ones would be more fitting for the area and would kind of go with the color that I picked for the castle. Speaking of which, I mean, I guess I could drop those just for fun, just because that is probably something I'm going to use in this area, but I think I'm going to perch them up on a cliff as well. But yeah, look at the monster statue. To be fair, like even though people like make fun of this and call it Godzilla and they're like, that's not a dragon, that's Godzilla. I mean, doesn't it like being near the castle kind of bring to mind the sort of feel that I'm going for? So you can kind of like see it more as a dragon when it's near the castle and everything. At least that's what I feel. Are Sterling and Knox's house more on the blue side? They're actually like kind of like gold and red, and yeah, I think when I was planning this area I was definitely expecting it to look very autumnal. Let me go and show you Sterling and Knox's houses. This is Sterling's house. I like how it looks kind of medieval. Has like a nice iron door, and Sterling himself looks medieval. He'll be perfect over there. And then Knox's house has a gold door. So that is something to keep in mind is, can I make the silos that have the blue roof work with the area? Is it going to be like a nice little contrast, like red and blue? Or should I go with a different color silo? Yeah, here's Knox's house, so you can see how there's going to be like lots of warm tones. I'm really hyped about how this area I'm working on will look in autumn, because I think that those like autumnal weeds that look more like wheat would look so good over there, and think that the dragons will look so fitting like hanging out on like this brown land, and the brown land, you know, is going to come about during autumn. But yeah, I haven't even gotten thinking about Sterling's and Knox's house quite yet, but maybe they would look at home maybe near the moat or something, like maybe the moat can continue outwards and then like one of their homes could be like right here or something like that. Have you interacted with the dragon yet? Yeah, it makes a silly little noise, and then it like breathes fire. So I mean, hey, that's totally dragon-esque, right? It's so pathetic too. I think of like, when I think of a dragon, I think of like a huge burst of flame, and that thing's just like a little spurt. A dragon storming the castle. Is this Shrek? It's supposed to be, I guess, very medieval, which I think Shrek has drawn a lot of inspiration from. Godzilla brings me happy memories. One of my sweet clients loves it and has like 8,000 figures and wants me to go with him to see the new movie. Oh, cool. I've never seen Godzilla, so honestly, like, I didn't get the reference. I saw this thing and I was like, oh, it looks like a dragon without wings. I'm totally gonna use this to be a dragon because it looks like a dragon without wings. And then everyone told me it was Godzilla and I was like, what? Like, I've never seen that movie. I think I've like ridden a ride. Isn't there kind of a ride based off of it in Universal Studios? It's like you ride this ride that's like in a subway and like Godzilla starts tearing it up. Or is that King Kong? I don't know. I get so mixed up with everything. Alright, so let's round out this edge here. And Legendary Sugar, thank you for the host and for the follow. Haven't watched either, not my kind of movies. I admit I kind of liked King Kong when I was little. I used to get kind of emotional at the part where everyone was like being mean to King Kong. I was like, no, don't be mean to him. I haven't seen that movie in ages though. It's definitely not like one of my favorites or anything, but I liked it when I was a kid. You get mixed up between those two as well. That's so funny. Alright, I wonder how long I should continue this cedar thing. Like, should I... Oh, and that cedar's not going to be able to grow right there. Oh, and hi Nopa, thank you so much. Yeah, my day's going pretty good. I had a really like tiring day at work that really like wore me down, but like ever since I've been streaming, just been having a decent time terraforming and building up this area. Ooh, I just scared away a fish. I can finally start catching river fish more again once I build up this area. But yeah, it's been kind of a mixture of being like intimidated by what I'm trying to accomplish, but also just kind of enjoying the process. I'll only go through this process like once, and then probably once I'm happy with it, it's going to be here to stay, so why not enjoy the process of building it up for the first time. Alright, so I think I don't need this particular cedar, because part of the point of the cedars is to hide the cliffs, and there's actually no cliff right here to hide, so I think that can be the last cedar. Whenever I think of dragons, I think of red dragons, like the one from The Hobbit. My dad read that book to me when I was a kid, and there was a cool picture of Smaug, the red dragon, sitting on a huge pile of gold. Oh yeah, Smaug is such a classic dragon. I didn't really realize he was red though. But in this picture that, like, there's this picture that Ola Thynel drew, and, you know, I've name-dropped her a few times on stream. And she actually did do a drawing of Smaug, and she drew him red, so he must be red. I didn't realize that, but I'm gonna pull that up on the screen too since I have it so handy. But yeah, this picture is by Ola Thynel, and it's called Smaug, and she drew him red, so I guess there must be something to that. Crap, I'm having trouble like dragging this picture around. You can see like a little hobbit. I guess that's probably Bilbo at the bottom there. And there's all the gold. Ah, so cool. I guess that's something to keep in mind. Thanks for the tip, Lenore, about the red dragon might bring to mind that sort of fantasy vibe. I only knew of King Kong because I think an actress from the American Horror Story played out kind of a main role in it. Yeah, I'm having trouble even remembering the actors and actresses of the version of King Kong that I saw. I mean, I think that's another thing about King Kong. Isn't there like a few different versions of it? And I had seen the one about Peter Jackson. Wasn't Peter Jackson the one that did the more modern version of it? And I think that's the one that I've seen. Godzilla has a birthday? That's so weird, Mary. The only dragons I know are from Shrek and Dragon Tales. I watched Dragon Tales as a kid. I don't really remember it super well because I was pretty young when I watched it. But yeah, that was one of my kids' shows I watched, Dragon Tales. So many shows like that your parents just like put on to like keep you busy. Like what are some other ones, like Arthur? I just think of the dragon from Beowulf. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I mean there's lots of dragons in fantasy literature. I feel like dragons in like a lot of media, they're usually presented as like being extinct. Like I recently watched like the Avatar again, and in that series, in the Avatar, like the dragons are this kind of there's only a few left in the Fire Nation because a lot of them were hunted. And similar to Game of Thrones, like in Game of Thrones, the dragons hadn't been seen for a while, and then Daenerys kind of brought a few back. And I think even in Middle Earth, I mean, like Smaug is one of the last dragons. So that's definitely like a trope, is that like whenever dragons pop up in fantasy, there's usually like only a few left, or they're kind of like extinct, they've been hunted or whatever. Oh, and hi Nimrats! How are you today? Hope you're doing good and having a good weekend. I'm working on a silly little castle idea. Trying to do like the moat right now. Oh, look at Winnie hanging out. So she's looking up at the castle. Alright, so I'm a little tempted to try to find some cypress trees just so I can finish like filling in those holes and see how it looks. Should I go island hopping for a little bit for the cypress trees, or does anyone happen to have some extras that they don't really want and then I can go and steal them? But otherwise I'll probably just use some Nook Miles tickets to go and try to find some cypress trees right now. Or not cypress, cedar trees. God, why do I keep getting them mixed up like that? Ooh, that kind of looks like a new bug. I haven't seen that one. Raja bee birdwing butterfly? I wonder if that's a new one for me. Ooh, Tipper wants to talk to me. Ah, look at her glasses. I've never seen her wear those before. Gwyneth, I have the perfect gift for you. Are you ready? Oh, some clothes. Brace yourself. It's a ninja costume. That was kind of out of the blue. Let me go see if Blathers needs this birdwing butterfly. It's a windy day and there's a decent sized fire close to town. Ooh, that doesn't sound good. Yeah, I keep the whole stream, I've been like getting mixed up calling things cypress trees, cedar trees, like I keep getting mixed up. I don't know why, like I gotta get that like mental association out of my head. Oh, apparently that wasn't a new catch for me. I thought that was a new catch. Alright, well let's go and try to get some cedar trees from some island tours. Just keeping busy as usual. That's good. I have a few trees if you need them. I'm trying to get rid of them. I think I have 4 or 5. Oh, well they do have to be cedars. Are they cedars? Windy here too. One of our trees fell over in our yard. Ooh, that doesn't sound good. I hope everything in your yard is okay. But yeah, I guess I might open my gates for friends in case anyone wants to come over and drop off some trees, but no pressure. But just since a few people seem to speak up about having some extra cedar trees, I thought maybe I would open up for Pika and Jay in case y'all have cedar trees you want to donate to the cause, but no pressure either. I can go island hopping too. I think new bugs always say yes when it's new. Oh yeah, I should have paid more attention. It looked so new to me though. Like that looked like so foreign. I felt like I had never seen that bug before. Oh yay, thank you guys so much. Yeah, the downside to bulldozing my island is the fact that, like, you know, I don't have many trees anymore, which sometimes I feel like I want to have the trees to experiment with areas, but in general it was a good decision to bulldoze because now I can build it up again from scratch. Ooh, I've got some star fragments. Where did these come from? I didn't even have a meteor shower last night. I think I just wished on like a few stars visiting someone else's island. It was actually Pika's island last night. Oh, cool. Thank you guys so much. Well, I did open up for friends. Maybe I should have opened up via Johto code in case anyone else had cedars they wanted to bring, but yeah, I opened up for people on my friends list in case you have extra cedars, but no pressure. And let me know if there's anything I can give you in return. I can give you all some bells if you want. Have I found today's bottle mail yet? I think I've been so scatterbrained I haven't even done that yet. Let me go and find the bottle mail. You missed a fly? Oh, in real life or in your game, Pika? It's really hard to get flies in real life, but in Animal Crossing it doesn't seem super hard. My brother caught a great white shark the other day. I didn't know that was a thing. I think that's a new thing for New Horizons. Back in New Leaf, there was a regular shark, whale shark, hammerhead shark, and saw shark, and this one, the great white, is kind of new. I'm kind of interested to catch that. That's always been kind of the shark that's like most associated with like being a bit of a threat. Like some of the other ones aren't quite as associated with that, but yeah, the great white shark. Aw, Chipper sitting down next to the tree. How many should I bring? Let me just take a look at like how many holes I have to fill over there. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Technically I need like 8 cypress trees to like fill in this area, but I might need more like elsewhere, so no pressure at all though. You don't have to bring like any. Like I can go island hopping too. I can buy some cypress saplings and just wait for them to grow, but that won't really help me like right now where I'm trying to see if the cypress trees will even look good, or cedar trees, whatever. Just know anytime I say cypress, I'm talking about cedar. Oh dang. Look at this little piece right here. Want me to drop off the stuff now? Ah, sure, Teru, you can if you want. I do have my gates open. It's up to you. Teru has some like autumnal items to give me, like the mush stuff, which is super generous. Teru's in the southern hemisphere. haven't had the best luck of getting flies to appear in the game. It caught me off guard and I missed. Oh, yeah, can't you get those from like the spoiled turnips or like rotten fruit or like, I guess there isn't rotten fruit, but you know what I mean. Anything that's kind of like garbage. Oh, what's this? Is this like a, oh no, I scared it. Oh, and hi Therapy. Welcome back. I can bring up to 5. Oh, that would be great, Shivi. I think I just need about that many just to test out how it looks. Wow, and Jay has 7 total. Y'all are so nice. Thank you so much. How can I repay you all for this, for the cedar trees? Do you want like bells or... My shovel broke. Isn't that the story of our lives? Just constant tool breaking. One time someone asked me why my inventory gets so messy, or like they commented on it, and I think one thing I find annoying about keeping your inventory like nice and neat with like all the tools in one spot is because you can try to do that, but then like your tool will break and then like a villager will give you something. And then all of a sudden you have like a shirt floating where like your slingshot used to be, or like your shovel will break, and then yeah, so just the shovel and like tool breakage like really hurts my inventory management. Oh yeah, Mercy, yeah, you still have your bells to pick up from participating in that event the other day. Even though I'm not a friend in-game, can I still come over? I think that I might be set on cedar trees for now and don't want to add like too many loading screens. But plus I would need to like probably add you because I didn't open via dodo code, but it's up to you though. Like if you do have a lot of cedar trees to add to the cause, then maybe I could add you as a friend real quick and you could pop over. Up to you. Alright, so I'll lead Jay over to where the cedars are gonna go. Alright, so if you want to like hop across and like plant them in the holes there. Oh, you've got a blue shovel. Alright, let's see how this looks. Ooh. So you had these, but you didn't have any use for them, Jay? Is that really how it worked? Ah, okay. Something I'm noticing is that the cedar trees, dang, they're so tall. I mean, I can definitely make use of these cedars, so definitely don't like feel bad about it, but like I mean, I don't think that I'm gonna end up having them all there because they block the castle completely. It's like I kind of liked how they looked like over on this side because they help block the cliffs over on this side, but then once it starts getting to the castle, you need to like have a little viewpoint. You need to be able to see it. So I think I might eat some eggs and dig up these trees and move them around. But thank you so much for those, Jay. That's so kind of you. And you don't have to move them, Jay. I was just commenting about the landscaping. I can move them. Gosh, my pockets are so full. Oh, Shivi, thank you so much. Let me know if there's anything that I can help you out with. Is there anything in my catalog that you need or anything like that? I wonder if you can space them out a bit more. Yeah. I didn't know how it was gonna look. I don't have a lot of cedar trees in my town, and I feel like they're really tall. Don't you all feel that? Like they're taller than like any other Animal Crossing game? Cedar trees are huge. Use them on my cliffs. Yeah, they do work really well for that, for adding a nice like big touch to something. Yeah, Shivi, if you want, because I kind of like, I'm probably going to use cedars in more areas than just that, so it is really appreciated, but you don't have to. The treescaping, I like that word, Teru. With a fence in front of them, they might look just fine. Yeah, keep forgetting about the fencing. The fencing might add a nice touch to the castle. What if even you use them to like hide the jail bars, and the jail bars could be like a little drawbridge type thing? You know, something else that feels super tall now, street lamps. Were they like that in New Leaf? Yeah, I feel like I've noticed that. Like, I noticed it a lot in my incline to the museum, that the streetlights like really tower over the inclines. Hedges might end up being your best friend. Yeah, like adding some hedges to the cliffs. Thank you all so much for coming over. Here comes legendary Worrywart Shivi from Taro Town. Remember the catalog party? This is tree party. Yeah, y'all are too kind. I should have probably just like island hopped for them to save you all the trouble, but like you all are really like helping me out here, because when you go island hopping, cedar trees are not guaranteed. I mean, you find a lot of like fruit trees and oak trees, so there was no guarantee I would have found the cedar trees anytime soon. And I know I can plant cedars, but the thing is, like, and as far as planning this area, like I don't know like how the cedar trees are gonna look until I try it. That was a pure illustration of it, is that I didn't know that they were gonna look that tall. Save your tickets. Oh yes, they make such great currency for like online trading. Thank you so much, Mercy. You all can just kind of drop them off in this area, and I'll be sure to move them around with like eating my eggs and everything, so you don't have to worry about like putting them in specific spots. Oh, look at Flurry. Dang, I'm gonna go, while y'all are over here, or I guess there's still people coming over, but I really need to empty my pockets somehow. This helps me. I'm tearing out pretty much my entire upper half of town and redoing it, and I didn't need the trees that much anymore. Oh, that's great. So exciting too that you're redoing like an entire upper part of town. I feel like you never run out of things to do, even though your island's so developed already. Where are you? I'm kind of like in the back of town, like if you keep running like all the way back into like the back corner, that's where I'm at. Heavenly Rose, Seraphina, such a pretty name. Thank you all so much for helping me out. I feel like when autumn comes, maybe I can add other sorts of trees too, just to add to that feel of it like having a lot of different color foliage. But in the time of year where there's like lots of just green foliage, maybe it makes sense to stick to cedar trees rather than mixing it up with the oak trees. But I can just see this area having a cool effect in autumn, like with the autumn weeds, and maybe like adding some oak trees to the mix. Yeah, we're back here hanging out with Flurry at the back of town, kind of near Flurry's house, actually. Oh, here comes Pika, and this is Shivi. Gosh, your characters are so cute. Thank you all so much for the trees. Back from Lurk. I was busy designing my island, working on villager houses on the outside. Ah, cool. What do you mean by working on villager houses? Do you mean like their gardens? Like planning out like where their gardens are. This is so cute. Instant forest. Yeah, you all really did. Like, look at this. It doesn't look bulldozed anymore. Y'all are filling out my land. Thank you all so, so much. Flowers? I definitely don't want to ask too much, guys, that you all are being too generous, but if anyone does, like I think Pika was offering to water a flower or two, I'm trying to multiply my green mums right now, and I do have a few green mums, like just over on the edge of town. Why did I put them on the edge? But yeah, here are my green mums. And don't worry about the other flowers. I think I'm pretty good on a lot of other flowers. Look at how much they're proliferating. But yeah, trying to get some more green mums. Thank you so much. Like a scene from Totoro. Oh yeah, like the very scene that's kind of like our sub-alert where you're growing up the trees. I love that scene, man. Like, I kind of like cry every time I see that scene. There's something about Totoro that just like, I don't know, I get so emotional every time I see that movie. I hope fruit trees are a different shade of orange to the regular hardwood trees. Yeah, I think they are. I remember seeing some dream towns that shook all the fruit off of them to get the effect of like different colored trees. Yeah, that's a classic autumn trick, is to like plant fruit trees, oak trees, cedars, get that nice mix of foliage, and then shake the fruit off to complete the effect. Yeah, do you need anything from me, Shivi, to like help make it worth it for you? Do you need some bells, or do you need some like blue roses? Yeah, Mercy, the prize money for that event she participated in was 1,000,000 bells. So 1,000,000 bells is about 10 piles, so you can just take a pile of 10 from behind the town hall. You were thinking of Totoro too, Shivi? Oh. I hope some people make some like Studio Ghibli themed islands. There were definitely some classic Studio Ghibli themed towns back in the New Leaf days. Actually, now that I'm thinking of it, I think I have seen some recreations of Studio Ghibli like rooms, like especially interiors. I've like seen Hal's room recreated in Animal Crossing, I think on Twitter. Oh, you can't plant? Maybe you're too close to other cedars. Do you think maybe if you're over here you can? Maybe try like a different area? Some blue roses would be great. Oh, sure. I'll add you as a best friend for the purpose of taking the blue roses. Alright. How do you do this? Oh, so Shivi already sent me one. Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah, feel free to take, like maybe up to 4 blue roses. And the only reason why I say 4 is I'm trying to be kind of fair. I think that's what I've given to others for free, so I don't want to, like, be giving preferential treatment. But yeah, feel free to take, like, 4. Although this isn't for free, you're giving me trees, so if you want, you can take as many like blue roses as you're giving me trees. That would be fair. Ah, sure, Pika. Yeah, feel free. Because y'all are helping me out with the trees, you can help yourself out with some blue roses. All your trees are brown, Taru? This makes me kind of want to go spy on your island. Like, maybe one of these days, like, Taru's in the southern hemisphere. I need to go check out Taru's island, because, like, it's in autumn, and maybe I can spy on how the trees are. Look at the tree mechanics. Just crafted an extra star clock, because I had some extra fragments with me, so I left them by your house. Thank you so much, Jay. That's so kind of you. I've seen a YouTube video of a Ghibli Island tour once. Ooh, that makes me want to check it out. I should do a search for it. Gave you 2 blue roses, and so far I've gotten 2 more. Yeah, I think I might have given you 2 back before my garden was quite this huge. I think lately, like when people have been asking, I've been giving them like 4. But yeah, let me know if you need any more, Mercy. You've definitely helped me out a lot. So jealous of the Southern Hemisphere islands right now. Yeah, I've been to Teru's Island and it's super pretty. I think once cherry blossom season was over, like I started to really just feel like the Southern Hemisphere had the upper hand. Like I remember Teru used to tell me, oh, I'm sad that it's gonna be so long before I can experience Cherry Blossom Festival, but now I feel like the Southern Hemisphere has the upper hand with all those mush items and just how beautiful autumn is, but we'll get there eventually. Just a couple more months. Oh, what's my mailbox ringing? Oh, I got some letters for crafting the chest. What's that? Oh gosh, my pockets. Let me sort out my pockets a little bit, guys. I've been struggling for a solid like 10 minutes with my pockets. Oh sure, Random Cruel. Yeah, I'll be sure to check that out later if you send me the link. Alright, so I don't need this vacuum. I don't need this bug, but maybe I can get a model of it. Alright, just trying to see what's unessential. I don't need the star fragments or the shell right now. Alright, I think I'm gonna go sell a few things. I love June in Animal Crossing with the fireflies, but I'm iffy on the rest of summer. Yeah, summer can look super gorgeous. I've definitely seen some people do some cool things with, like, speaking of Ghibli, speaking of Totoro and all that sort of stuff, I mean, you can use like summertime and fireflies to create the most like magical forest atmosphere ever. Like if you think about it, like the lush dark greens that happen like midsummer might be like the best times to like show off a forest town. So like summer does have its bonuses, but it's definitely like a little bit plain with like all the green. Oh sure, Pika, yeah. I have that cataloged, so you can definitely come and pick that up later if you want. Your island looks like it would be great with Nova lights. I do plan on having Nova lights near my fairy forest area, which my fairy forest area is going to be in an area I'm not developing right now. It's going to be kind of in the back of town where you see like the waterfalls. I wish I could point to the map, but it's going to be in like the upper left corner of town, kind of. But thanks for the suggestion. I do love those Celeste DIYs. Oh yeah, you're good, Mercy. I'm not in any rush. Just trying to sort out my inventory right now, actually. Because I can't really do a lot if my inventory is super full. Yeah, I think that's good for now. Or like, I mean, a lot of the stuff that's in my pockets is stuff I want to work with over in that area. So like, I can't sell it, I can't get rid of it. Oh, did you get a DIY, Mercy? Alright, so let's plant a few of these white flowers, get those out of my pockets too. And do you want me to go ahead and close up? Is pretty much Mercy the only one here? Maybe I should just like close up, or is Shivi doing anything right now? Because it might save a loading screen if I can just like save and quit right now. Okay, so Shivi's good. I'm gonna go ahead and save and quit. Thank you so much for that DM of the Studio Ghibli island. I'm really interested to see it, especially the outside. I've seen a ton of like Studio Ghibli interiors, but I'd be kind of interested to see what you can do with the outside with all the furniture that you can put outside. I bet you can do some really cool stuff. You mentioned you had seen some gameplay. Have you seen the Dance of the Moonlight Jellies from Stardew? No, I haven't. I guess the gameplay I've seen, like every now and then there's like a streamer I like that maybe I followed for Animal Crossing, but then every now and then they will play Stardew Valley or something, and sometimes I'll kind of have that on in the background as background noise, but yeah, definitely haven't seen a lot of super detailed gameplay of Stardew. Alright, I'm excited. First of all, I think I have some work to do with these trees. Like, let me move the trees around a little bit, because I realized that the cedars are like super, super tall. If you don't have the DIY, I can build some for you. Oh, that's a really sweet offer. The only Celeste DIY I might need crafting help with is probably the star clock. I'm still after that one, but I actually do have the Nova Light one, which I'm really happy about. Thank you so much. Oh, Mercy, thank you. Yeah, and thanks so much for the cedar trees, everybody. Like, now that I'm seeing how the cedar trees look in front of the cliffs, like, I do think they add something, but at the same time, like, I don't want to hide the castle, so I think I need to arrange the cedars in a way that takes that into account. So I think I'm going to do some moving around a little bit with the cedar trees. Let me just eat a few more eggs. $20 long. Oh yeah, I've definitely watched tours that long. I remember there's this tour on YouTube of my new Leaf Town that has like a lot of views. It's by Misha Crossing, and I think that video went up to like 26 minutes long or something. It was quite a long video. But yeah, I definitely have the attention span for longer town tours. Everything in moderation. A few cedars will really highlight the castle. Oh yeah, thanks for the reminder. Like, I don't even probably need 2 on either side, but like, that's what I'm kind of tempted to try out, but probably even just 1 would do wonders to like hide the cliff a little bit. But I put that one there to be a little bit closer to the castle, and I wonder if I should also move the other one like right here, or if that would be hiding the castle too much. Oh, this cedar is kind of getting in my way of seeing the castle. Let me pick this one up too. Yeah, and if you and Holly and Shivi, if you all do a trade with Clay or something, just make sure to do it via DMs, via Twitch Whispers. It's kind of a common thing, like for Twitch streams, we like to try to keep trading out of chat. Alright, so gonna dig up this one and see how it looks, like one space over. But yeah, if you all click on each other's names, you can switch over to a private conversation via the whispers. Alright, so what are we thinking of this particular arrangement? Maybe a little too symmetrical, a little too neat and clean, perhaps? Alright, so maybe I'll move one of these over a little bit. Oh, you liked it, Mercy? And I went and dug it up. Oh, and hey Sam, how are you today? Hope you're having a good Saturday. Alright, so there's one cedar. Maybe like another one nearby would look good, like right here. Oh, oh, come on. Did y'all see that? I was trying to like plant it right here, then my character like went out of the way to like plant it in the farther hole. Like, come on. Alright, so I'm also gonna play with the water a little bit because the water needs to like look more organic right here, and especially if I'm not gonna have cedars line the whole cliff, maybe in some spots the water can get like a little bit closer. Unless I plan on doing the bridge, which I don't think I'm gonna do the bridge here because the bridge would just lead to nowhere because there's no incline, so I think I'm gonna save the bridge for another area. Yeah, let's see what it looks like when you make this come a little closer. Oh, thank you, Sam. You can't put a river here because you're too near a tree. Alright. I can't put a river here because you're too near a tree. Great. Well, what I succeeded in doing was basically just creating a bump in the river, which I'm not sure if I like or not. I don't know, what do you all think of that, like, little bump in the river? I guess as long as I make the whole thing, like, nice and wavy and bumpy, maybe it could work. Just trying my best to see how the area's framed. Oh, you're fine, Beth. Thanks so much for coming back. You totally didn't have to, but yeah, thanks so much. I'm glad you like how it's coming along. I kind of wanted to feel somewhat satisfied with my progress before ending stream. I know I've been going on like a little while though. Alright, so let's move the water a little closer since I moved that cedar closer. And do y'all think that we should even get into other sorts of landscaping, like the tiki torches and the fences, or maybe I should wait to do more landscaping until I'm done with the patterns that are gonna adorn the castle? Like all those simple panels are gonna have like a pattern on them. So in order to see that through, I should wait until I have the patterns for those. Yeah, I need to make this side look a little better too. This looks a little unnatural. You're hungry and just ate dinner? Oh, I guess you didn't eat enough then. That never happens to me. I always eat my fill. Oh, thank you guys. I still feel like a little uncertain about it at times. Sometimes I look at it and it just... I guess I have such high expectations. Like, I mean, when you're drawing inspiration from, like, this painting and you, like, want it to look this magical, I guess you're bound to be disappointed, but, yeah, I also haven't finished, like, dressing up the area, though, either, like, with all the cypress plants and the tiki torches, so maybe I just gotta be patient. See if I can make this river look nice and winding. Really starting to come together. Oh, Cosmic Peachy, thank you so much. Y'all are so sweet. Andrew, you think that I've made it work? Oh, I really appreciate it. Y'all are making me feel good about it. I'm still a little bit uncertain, but I think maybe once I do the patterns and dress up the area more, like with fences, it'll start to come together. It can be amazing how much... I like to call it dressing up an area, but it's really amazing how much that can help. Like, you know, the cliffs can look so barren unless you do the right sorts of things to decorate them, and I've definitely noticed it, like with my museum, for instance. Oh, so this is too long to hop across? Ah, Steven, thank you for the follow. Looks magical to me. Oh, thank you, Sam. Alright, so there's quite a winding looking river. It might even be too winding. Yeah, it's looking a little too staircasey for me. How do you, like, prevent the rivers from looking staircasey? How do y'all do it? I've seen so many gorgeous rivers in other towns, and I just can't, like, get the hang of making natural-looking rivers. I don't know what to do. Do you all have any tips for, like, rounding out your rivers and stuff? And in any case, I'm probably getting too close to the edge. Like, it's gonna look silly if I have water forming, like, right next to the beach. I need to have this part be more narrow, I think. So staircasey. Well, I guess you can't make it look nice and smooth. It just looks staircasey. Computer's starting to die. Oh, thank you so much for hanging out, Jay. Really appreciate you bringing those trees over, and I hope you enjoy your weekend too. I'm definitely gonna have fun, like, leaving this spot the way I like it, or at least, like, be in a happy spot with where I leave it tonight. And I'm totally gonna, like, enjoy relaxing tomorrow. Had a bit of, like, a stressful week, and really use tomorrow to, like, refresh. And then I'll hopefully be back Monday. I probably shouldn't, like, promise things with how things have been in my life lately, but yeah, hopefully I'll stream Monday and I'll take a nice day off tomorrow. Ah, cool. So there could be, like, maybe a little secret path, like, winding your way up here to, like, this campfire. Maybe, like, plant a few trees here and then have the beach be a nice secluded area. And I think next I need to start thinking about, like, how I'm gonna do Sterling and Knox's house. Like, is Sterling's house gonna just be, like, chilling right here near the castle? I need to think about the areas that I'm gonna perch up to, like, put the monsters on top of. Like, do I want a monster pretty close to the castle, since that would help, like, be another little thing to see when you pan up? So, like, how far away should I do the cliff where the dragon's gonna be perched on top? I'm gonna eat some eggs so that I can pick up some of the trees that I might, like, actually terraform around this spot. Oh, and good night, Hallie. Thank you so much. Hope you have a great weekend. Oh, Oh wow, do you have your own little static emote, Helly? That's so wholesome. I love that. I know static's your favorite. That makes me happy that you added a static emote to Twitch. Thank you so much for hanging out, Helly, again. Alright, so let's pick up some of the trees and see what, like, maybe a cliff with, like, a dragon on top looks like. And I think definitely with the dragon, guys, I need to maybe just perch the dragon on a single cliff. Like, I'm not gonna do this crazy stuff where I, like, make a 2-tier tall cliff and then put the mountain on the second tier. Like, I need to stick to a single tier, put the dragon on top of that tier, and call it done. Because otherwise it starts taking up too much space. But yeah, it's a shame to pick up all the trees everyone planted, but this is maybe where I was gonna think about building up another cliff for the dragon area. Too late for you? Aw. So what time is it for everybody in chat? Like, is anyone like up super late? I think Cosmic Peachy, it's pretty late for you, isn't it? Aren't you in the UK too? Yeah, it's like 9 p.m. here. Oh gosh, I think this will add a cool dimension. I think if I put anything like a villager house up here though, like if I put Sterling or Nox up on a cliff, like that's gonna be a can of worms where I'll have to use up an incline. So maybe it's a good idea to only put things like dragons up on the cliffs or castles and try to avoid putting villager homes up on the cliffs. You're gonna go to Mary, getting drowsy. Thanks so much. It was really nice talking to you earlier about like Godzilla and everything and King Kong. That was a fun conversation. You have a great night, Mary. 2 a.m. Oh yeah, well I'm definitely like, I can relate to that. I've been a night owl staying up to 2 a.m. before. Now I can't be quite as much because like I have to clock in for work at 4 a.m. So if I'm staying up till 2 a.m. that just means I'm like not sleeping practically. But yeah, I remember totally being a night owl like that in the past. Dang, how big is this monster? It told me that there wasn't enough room to put it there. Oh, it's 2 a.m. for you too, Andrew? Just cook some food? What is my life anymore? Don't say it like that, Andrew. You're having a lovely Saturday night. I can't wait to eat. I'm gonna have some macaroni and cheese. It's gonna be good. Look at this elvish princess gonna have some macaroni and cheese later. So elegant, so fitting. Plus, like, I was totally like chugging a Diet Coke before stream in this dress. Like on the starting suit, I was like chugging a Diet Coke. Alright, so we're working on the little cliff for the dragon to perch on top of. I wonder what shape it should be to like look natural. Problem is I'm a night owl, but I also love mornings too. Yeah, I guess in that case you should be such an extreme night owl that you stay up all the way until morning. Back when New Horizons was new, I actually straight up would do crazy things like that, and that's part of why I played at 5 a.m. as much as I did back when the game was new. I did get my share of experiencing like that beautiful 5 a.m. sunrise back when I had vacation time when New Horizons was new. I guess it's still pretty new. Alright, here he is. There's the black dragon. I wish I could hide them with trees. I guess now that we know that the cedars are just basically like the tallest things on the planet, I could totally like plant a cedar like on the ground in front of him and kind of help hide where his wings would be. So maybe it's more believable that he's an actual dragon. I could also bring him a little closer so that he overlaps with the castle area a bit more. I don't know, it just depends on the sort of viewpoint that I'm trying to get. I'm very uncertain about everything. Enjoy that mac and cheese, having some southern fried chicken. Ooh, that sounds good. Oh, it's not gonna let me round this corner. Look what happens when I try to round it. Come on. Why aren't you letting me round the corner? Mercy's scoffing at you, Andrew. Chicken at 2 a.m. Ooh, y'all are making my stomach growl. Talking about the food you're eating. I used to do that. I'm still a night owl. Yeah, my dad does stuff like that sometimes. He has a job that has like a flexible schedule, so sometimes he will literally like stay up all night and then like until it's actually genuinely morning. Alright. I'm so confused with how I'm gonna do this. I want the lake to be a thing, but I also want the dragons perched on cliffs to be a thing, so how am I gonna do it? Let me look at my painting for inspiration. I'm gonna make the painting bigger again and we can take a look at it and try to see how we can replicate it. So we've got the castle in the distance, which we're imitating, and then in front we've got the lake, and we've got trees behind the lake. I do see some villager houses. Do you see some houses up there to the left? Maybe I could draw inspiration from that and like put Sterling's and Knox's house actually where I'm like building up the dragon right now. And maybe the dragons could be like on cliffs like around the lake. It could be like a bit of a dragon lake, and maybe part of the lake could have the suspension bridge across of it. So I need to form the lake in a way to where I can put the suspension bridge across. I need to build up cliffs around it so I can put the dragons on top. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to work on the lake actually, because the lake is pretty important. And I'm gonna work on moving the cedar trees a little bit out of the way. I should have thought of that. I should have had the cedars like planted over here. The sunrise in this game almost has a green tint. It's so lovely. Yeah, actually, like when I see sunrises in real life, they tend to be more like peachy for me. Like, I don't really see a lot of sunrises that look like the sunrises in Animal Crossing, but I'm not complaining at all. Like, they're so gorgeous. One of the most magical times of day, most beautiful soundtracks in the game was that 5 a.m. soundtrack. It's just stunning. I'm asleep by 10:30 or 11 at the latest. Aw, cute. I was actually saying cute to that like rolled emote, but I actually thought you stayed up later than that, Mercy. I thought I've seen you around Discord late at night. That's a nice illustration. Ah, yeah, that's by Ola Thynel. I'm gonna give credit again, wanna give credit to the artist. She's the one that did the tapestry behind my bed. I love her art so much. Maybe the villager houses could be on different levels too. Yeah, that's probably a part of this landscaping that I'm gonna have to think really hard about, because as soon as I start putting villager houses like on different pieces of land, like I think I'm gonna have to put an incline up there, and I just don't know if I can commit to an incline in this area, but maybe I should. Alright, so I'm gonna keep moving the cedar trees over, and then I'm gonna work on the outline of the lake and maybe figure out where I want to put the suspension bridge. And once I'm done kind of outlining some of those things, maybe we're good to go for tonight. Alright, where's my eggs? Did I finish all my eggs? I think I did. I think I need to go get more eggs. That poor balloon wants your attention. Yeah, I haven't had a slingshot in about 5 days probably, and I keep like going to my house and then getting distracted and then not coming back with a slingshot. That's like how much of a terrible person I am. It's like I come in here to maybe get a slingshot and then I come out with something else, and then I still can't shoot down presents. So I actually came over here for eggs, but maybe while we're down here I can see if I have any slingshots. So I've got fruit, I've got saplings. Ah yes, I do have a slingshot. Remembered. It would be pretty if you could somehow use the tire toy or seat to resemble the dragon in the lake. Ah, cool. Yeah, I don't think I can because you can't put anything in the lake, but yeah, that would be neat if I could actually do something like that. That's part of what I find so magical about the picture. Also, what I find magical about the picture is the big dragon on like the right. Like, you see that big dragon perched on the right hand side. That looks super magical. Maybe I should try to imitate that and put one to like the right hand side right here. I used to stay up, but now since taking anxiety meds I get sleepy. Oh, okay. How are you liking it, Mercy? Do you think that it's helping you out? But you don't have to expand if you don't want to. Just curious how that's treating you and if it's working out for you. Just caught a scorpion? Wow, I haven't seen those in forever. I used to see tarantulas like all the time, and then like scorpion season happened and now I like never see them. I never see anything that would attack me. Oh, Lillian, thank you. I've actually never gotten that before though, but thank you, that's so sweet of you. I get that about the anxiety meds, feel like they either make me sleepy and tired or unable to sleep. Oh, you wake up a lot randomly, Mercy? That sounds like a bummer. I hate when that happens. I hate when I'm like trying to sleep through the whole night and then I keep waking up. You would have to use small land masses and it would look awkward and clunky. Oh yeah, but some people do cute things with the little land masses in the water. So it's definitely like an option. Alright, so something I'm thinking, if the lake ends up going downwards and being, it's gotta be either like a vertically shaped lake or a horizontally shaped lake with like a vertical piece in the middle. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do the suspension bridge. Do you all have any ideas? I guess the way that it's drawn in the picture, I'm gonna kind of almost mimic what I see in the picture and then try to figure out the bridge later. I think that's what I'm gonna do, because I'm drawing so much inspo from the actual picture for this setup, so why not continue to draw that inspo and make the lake shaped a certain way. Maybe have a diagonal bridge? Ooh, yeah, that would be probably pretty cool. Kept thinking either vertical or horizontal, but diagonal is always an option too. Love them. I haven't had any anxiety, and all the bad side effects from the beginning have gone away, and I feel a lot happier. It's amazing, and I wish I would have looked into it sooner. Wow, that's great, Mercy. I'm really happy for you. I have had some issues lately where I've had like depression flaring up, and I've wondered, I've been on 2 different types of antidepressants. I've wondered if I should like try to give it one last shot, see if it makes a difference this time. But I don't know if I'm gonna do that like anytime super soon, because I'd have to like go and make an appointment and do the whole thing. Alright, so this lake. I don't know, like, I'm so uncertain about it. Am I making it too big? Is the lake cool or is it not cool? I mean, it looks cool in the painting. The river or the lake does kind of add like an element of flatness though, and it really does force you to see the forces you to see the castle from quite a distance. I might be making it like too big. So maybe if I make the lake like a little bit more modest. Could also add some like forks in the river, and maybe like the bridge could go across like one of the forks in the river. I feel like I could work on this all day. Oh, and I'm getting close to the river mouth, guys. I guess that's another thing. This has got to probably connect with the river mouth somehow. Ah. I think the size it is now is good. Oh, thanks, Pika. Maybe have the lake be 5 or 6 spaces long. Yeah, I'm a little worried I made it like too big and bulky. Maybe like, since you can't put anything on the lake, it makes sense to have it be a little smaller. And maybe I can have like the little rivers surrounding the lake smaller to compensate. It'll help make the lake bigger if I make like the rivers around it smaller. And so like what I'm doing right now is kind of a cross between a moat and like something that's more natural and lake-like. Alright, so I'm gonna plug up the lake slightly like on this side, make it like a little bit more skinny of an entry into the lake. Then maybe the bridge could even go like just across the lake so that you can pan up and see the bridge, or no, would that be too neat and clean? I think I'm gonna have a diagonal bridge like someone mentioned, so maybe I should work on setting that up, like setting up a diagonal bridge. How do I go about doing that? No, I keep doing things I didn't want to do. Or right now it looks like I'm setting up a horizontal bridge, but maybe I can make it be a diagonal with just like a little bit of river editing. Oh, Jenico, thank you so much for the cheer. I really appreciate it. Terraforming's coming along It's a bit of a struggle still. I'm in the uncertainty stage, not the proudly showing off what I've come up with stage, but we're trying to figure out where we're gonna like put a bridge. And I got kind of attached to the idea of like a diagonal bridge after someone suggested it, so the way that I'm trying to do it is like form a lake somewhere and then have like a diagonal bridge like nearby the lake so that it can just all help tie together. Like the bridge ties into the lake, which ties into the castle. So I'm working on like spacing things a certain way to where the bridge is near enough to all those things. It's also near my river mouth too, so we're tying in like this area that we're working on with the river mouth. I'm trying to make a clean diagonal so that I can do a diagonal bridge. So is that a good diagonal? Is there like a fly right here? Is that what you were talking about, Pika? Is that there's flies out and about right now? Oh, Winnie's clapping for me. No, it's a mosquito. Oh. Oh, and good night, Cosmic Peachy. Hope you have a great evening. I actually saw everyone saying good night to you before I realized that you were leaving. I'm sorry about that. Hope you have a great weekend, Cosmic Peachy. Yeah, it was a mosquito, Andrew. I love how everything's connecting. It feels so satisfying. That makes me happy. I still feel really uncertain about it, but like it really makes me happy that you see like potential in it, and that gives me hope as well. Trying to figure out, like, I don't even know the requirements for a diagonal bridge, but we're gonna like try to create a diagonal edge and see if it works, because I don't know how wide it has to be or anything like that, but I'm sure we can get there. I guess the river could also help serve as like a nice little almost barrier for this area. Like this could be essentially where the area starts, so like the bridge and the river could help form like a natural barrier for like this Dragon Hill area. I thought it would bite you. Yeah, in past games they did bite you. Do you think it didn't bite me because I'm like terraforming up a storm right now? Like I'm too busy to be bitten? Because otherwise, yeah, normally they do bite you. Gosh. This diagonal looks too artificial. But I have a feeling the game requires you to have a straight diagonal. Let's see if the game will... I'm not saying this is where I want to put my bridge, but let's see if the game will let me put it here. Is it letting me? Oh, it is letting me. Well, I do really like the suspension bridge in this area, but I don't know if I like it in that exact spot, but it is kind of satisfying to see that it's possible to do that sort of thing. I was so surprised that the mosquitoes let me fish in peace in this game. Oh really? So they're just like a lot more kinder in this one? I wonder why they did it like that. Alright, I kind of want to start the diagonal in a different way. I want to start the diagonal like way back here by the lake because I felt like the bridge was too far away. So I want to make the diagonal come from the lake itself. Ah, What is this like random square doing here? But I guess the problem with that is that the bridge isn't really gonna go anywhere. The bridge is just gonna essentially like lead you maybe to this path and that's it. It's almost like an aesthetic bridge. It's not really even gonna take you anywhere. Maybe I could test out like just a plain bridge without a diagonal and see how that looks. Oh, now I'm having trouble. Just thinking like really hard. What about this particular area? Do you think that I could somehow put a bridge like right here, like right underneath the lake? How could I go about doing that? I'm gonna try really hard to get this right, guys. I want the bridge to just go like right across the lake. That would be so satisfying. They definitely still bite. Oh, okay. Well, Taro mentioned letting her sleep, letting her fish peacefully though, and I've personally like not had a lot of issues with mosquitoes biting me today. Maybe they're at least like a little gentler. They don't bite quite as much. Alright, so let's do this. Let's make it diagonal on the other side and then put brick bridge right there, or not the brick bridge, you know what I mean. Am I making it too skinny? I think I probably am. I can always make it wider though. Yeah, that looks a little bit suspiciously too skinny for a bridge to go across. This would be a great thing to play with in my little island planner app. Like, I have this app where you can like play with terraforming without actually being in the game. There are some flaws though, like I can't really use that particular app in order to like map out where dragons are gonna go or to see how the castle looks in the distance. So there are enough downsides with it that I end up just playing with it in the game instead, but I can definitely like see some uses for it with what I'm doing right now with just trying to like set up a diagonal bridge. I guess something that's continuing to bug me about it, like I almost wish that it could be diagonal like right under the lake, but I guess there's no way to do it because you gotta start like forming the diagonal. Is that it basically? Do y'all know what I'm saying? I want it to be like right here, and I want it to be diagonal. Is there no way to do that? We've been seeing two very different types of mosquitoes. Interesting. Even though the tarantulas and scorpions feel kinder, I feel like I used to just walk past them in older games and they'd come charging after me. Oh, and hey Jaderade, thanks so much for popping by. I hope you're doing good too. Maybe move the monster over some? Yeah, I think that I am gonna end up moving the monster. but I'm just trying to figure out like where to put the bridge at. I'm getting discouraged enough that I really don't know like what I'm doing with the bridge. Maybe if I get too discouraged, I should just save it for like another day, but also in that picture there was some cool like cliff work like to the right, like where a dragon is like perched up on the right side of the picture, so that kind of makes me want to create that area like right here, like perch up a cliff and then put a monster on top like right here, but it might look too unnatural like close to the beach. Alright, so I think what I'm gonna do, one last shot for the bridge. I really want it to be super close to the lake. I don't know why I keep having trouble with making that happen. Okay, so if I start forming the diagonal, like literally right here where I'm standing, I feel like it's gotta work. And then I can hop over to the other side and make it nice and narrow on the side where I want to do the bridge there. Alright, please work. Please don't look bad. Wow, I'm creating like a little island right here, getting so close to like where the land meets the beach. Alright, so let's hop across and then let's create the diagonal. And I hope it works this time. Please work. I need a win. Okay, so let's round out these corners here, make it nice and diagonal, and then please work. Please, 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 please. What did I do? What's wrong? Does it need to be wider? Dang it. Okay, so let's see if it'll let me do it now. Sorry, I'm just trying to create the right sort of diagonal for the bridge to go across. Alright. It's here. Do I want to actually reserve it? Or do I just want to see, okay, this was satisfying, I managed to build the bridge, but is it exactly where I want it? But very satisfying to at least get to that point. Oh my god. Did I ruin it? Like, I mean, that corner looked really weird. Does it still let me build it? Okay, so apparently this corner was helping me like build the bridge. I don't know, I guess one thing I'm a little uncertain about, guys, is the fact that like I'm noticing that I'm getting really close to the beach, which is just geography of like where I'm doing this project in my town, but like what if what I did, if I need to move everything over essentially, like I need to have the lake like over here and then have the diagonal closer, and that way the bridge is closer, and that way I have more room and it's not like crowding this beach area, because as it is right now, it's like you're gonna cross the bridge and you're gonna be like right here, and it's gonna lead you back here, which could look cute, but I'm kind of feeling like, I mean, I want there to be more land on the other side. I don't want it to just be a bridge to the beach. And somehow I messed up like what I got to, like, you know, just a second ago I was seeing a bridge preview, and then now I don't anymore. Like I totally screwed something up. Maybe if I do this, it'll work again. But yeah, this is what works right here. I think I need to refine the area more and think about where I'm gonna put the bridge, maybe map stuff out a little bit, because I think it's just getting too close to the beach for me. Oh, I'm glad you all like it though. Thank you so much. I might go ahead and just because I think I'm getting to a part where I'll need to move the lake over, and then I'll need to move the diagonal bridge thing over, and I'm gonna have to like maybe plan where my villager homes are gonna go, and I think it's getting to like a complicated part of planning that like I want to try to not rush through just for the sake of finishing stream. So I might go ahead and wrap up for tonight. And there was a points redemption earlier. I'm actually not sure if the person that used the points is still in chat. But Pikmin picked Citaloon to go and visit at the end of stream, which maybe we can go and do real quick. I'm not sure if Pikmin's still here. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching my struggle with the terraforming. I think some things that could really help add to the area is I want to kind of glitch onto the 4th level and make the silo even taller, like as far as the castle that's going to be over there. I think if I make the castle taller, that'll make it look more grand. I think if I add more cypresses along the cliff, it'll look more magical. Need to figure out the right placement for the villager homes, the bridge, the dragons, but I think this area could start to come together. Or at least the first draft of it could come together. Really enjoyed this landscaping stream. Oh, thank you, Beth. Think and plan it over, take your time. Thanks, Lenore. It was mostly just figuring out that this diagonal got too close, the bridge got too close to the beach for my taste. That made me realize that I might have to start really thinking about where I'm going to be shifting things around, because even though I like how that preview looked, I don't like where it leads. I like how it looks, I don't like where it leads. And that's important too, so need to think it over. But one last little preview, if it'll let me. A lot of progress, taking shape. Take care. Oh, you too, Kath. Thank you so much for watching. And thank you, Mercy and Jenico and Therapy and Teru. It's a tough project. I think you made great progress. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I do think it is a tough and ambitious project. Like, it really doesn't look as good as it looks in my head, but some of the stuff you imagine in your head, like, probably isn't even possible in the game. Like, trying to create, like, a fantastical landscape. It's just really difficult, but I hope I'll get there eventually. Oh, enjoy your mac and cheese. Thank you so much. I think I might save that, pick the next town we play in for Citaloon for another time, because Pikmin was the one that requested it, and they are such a regular here in stream, but I don't want to like go and use their like points redemption like when they aren't here, so I'll wait till they're hanging out at the end of like a future stream, and then I'll go and do that points redemption. But bye everyone, thank you so much for watching, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. See ya Monday, and thanks for putting up with my very meandering landscaping stream. I found it really cozy. I enjoyed talking with you all. I appreciate you all so much. You all deserve the best and the most wonderful weekend, and see y'all later. Bye Shivi and Lenore and Jinico and Beth and Random Cruel. See y'all later. Bye.